Okay. I have no idea where the microphone is. Let me ask for help.
Or just talk louder. I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, Gail, it's nice to see you. We're asking folks who are not participating in the workshop, that is not the trustees or staff, to please keep their cameras off. Like to see you though. Has anyone heard from Mayor Pro Tem or Trustee Delman?
I have not heard from them.
I
Okay.
talked to Jocelyn today. She said she was going to be there.
Okay. Yeah, she should be.
Yeah, I think just another minute or two.
Okay.
Mayor Rogan,
Yes?
a little bit.
It's really hard to hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Do you have AirPods or something? Clerk Vasquez, I just texted Mayor Pro Tem. Would you mind pinging Trustee Delman and seeing if he's planning to join us? Thank you.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Well, I think let's get started. We have a lot to cover and I don't want to shortcut us on time, and hopefully Trustee Delman will join us.
I certainly know he was planning on it.
Great.
Oh, sometimes kids and food and other things just take a few more minutes than we planned.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you'd like me to get started, Mayor, the item tonight on the workshop agenda is the CEMEX mining permit extension that they have applied for. And so we are having a workshop tonight to talk broadly about the issues, and then there isn't a general business item on your agenda tonight to take formal action as a board, since you can't take action during a workshop. Okay? So during the workshop, we want to cover some of these items, and I'm sorry to tell you that our planner, Strom, his last day was Friday, so he had prepared most of these materials, but I will do my best to present them as well as he would. So in your packet, you found several things. First of all, there is the actual application from CEMEX to Boulder County Community Planning and Permitting Department. It's a 228-page submittal. And when you distill that down, you know, there's a lot of it is background information needed. But I certainly don't have expected all of you to have read all 228 pages. But on May 2nd, CEMEX did apply to Boulder County for a special use permit to extend their mining on the Dow Flats area, which you all visited. So that's the section on the north side of the highway. It is currently over 1,000 acres of land that they are mining, and they are requesting an extension of 15 years to mine the Dow Flats property. And so that requires the special use permit. And so we are starting the process of the planning staff reviewing that permit and going out for what you're becoming familiar with, which is sending out the packet to the referral agencies. And that is interested agencies that would want to have input into what happens at this site. And the town of Lyons is one such referral agency in this case. So we are being given at this point until June 10th to get our responses back to the county. You need to know that both the mayor and I have requested an extension on that, since our boards and commissions certainly have an interest as well, and not all of them have had the opportunity to meet since we received this packet and by the time it was due back. So again, to the original permit area, and Dolores, if you're on here, Clerk Vasquez, there's a memo in the packet, the workshop packet, that has a map that if you want to show that, you certainly can. But the original area, the mining permit included was, that's for our discussion later. I need the one from the workshop packet that's in the staff memo, please. The original permit was 1,911 acres. The new mining permit would reduce that acreage down to 709. If they are granted an extension of their mining permit, they are saying that they will also stop operations on the south side of the highway, which is the map you're seeing now, which is where the plant operates. If they are not extended a mining permit at this location on the north, what they are saying is they want the option to continue their operations at the cement plant indefinitely. And what we heard at meetings with them is that they would then bring in materials from other sites, either by truck or rail or both, and continue operations on the south side. Now, where this gets a little, I'm not going to say complex, but there's a little, we're misaligned a little bit with the county, is they don't necessarily think that the request for mining on the north side of the highway directly impacts Lyons the same, because our current CEMEX agreement with Boulder County only refers to the south parcel. However, we have expressed to them that if you change what happens on the north side, it does potentially change what happens on the south side. So we are very definitely interested in this. So In the workshop packet, I did include the application, the referral packet, and then the staff report that went to the Planning Commission. And in here, we can start to break this down a little bit, but there's several ways that continued mining on the Dow Flats area could have an impact on the town, even though our agreement only technically pertains to the south. First of all, of course, it's whether or not that facility on the south would continue to operate an additional 15 years when we thought it was going to be ending. Now, with that comes all sorts of things. It includes, CEMEX's contributions to the community, which they did include in your packet as well, a list of donations and other contributions they've made to the town. It would mean potentially over 100 people becoming unemployed. But it also brings forward that CEMEX, who is one of the larger, if not the largest, and I need to confirm that, polluter in Boulder County, we were not planning for that air quality issues to continue for another 15 years, nor the impacts that the plant produces in regard just to air quality, traffic, noise, those sorts of things. The second area they brought up was the proximity of the Eastern Corridor to this area and the impact that it may have on the Eastern Corridor development. Now, I'm not aware that anyone has ever said we aren't going to develop there because of CEMEX, but we also don't know if that has hindered some people from choosing to develop there. And then the third bullet in the staff memo to the Planning Commission was that Boulder County has already negotiated with CEMEX that if they are allowed this special use permit, that they would put in a permanent, non-exclusive recreational trail across their property, which would be one of the larger links to the what's been called the St. Vrain Greenway Trail that will eventually lead to Longmont. And then lastly, the CEMEX property on the plant itself, and how does this affect our negotiations with Boulder County that we extended 1 year? So I believe that occurred with the previous board, or right at the cusp of that. But we negotiated with Boulder County that we wanted a 1 year extension to this IGA negotiation because we hadn't finished our comprehensive plan. So the town of Lyons, technically, really, we haven't heard from our community yet on how they feel about all of this. And so the staff recommendation is basically, at this point anyway, regardless of the discussion, is we feel it's really important that we get some form of an extension to this referral request so that we have time to hear from our ecology board, our sustainable futures board, our park and rec board, all the different commissions that might have an interest in this at a minimum, is to at least get an extension so that we can get proper input and put together a comprehensive memo that addresses all of the issues that get brought forward. And then again, specifically to finish our comprehensive plan so we have a better idea of what our current public really would like to see happen in this area. So that's kind of the overall issue going on with this referral. And I guess what we'd like to do is we'd like the mayor, and you feel free to take from here, have a little more in-depth discussion potentially about some of these issues and start to talk about things you might not have thought about so that we can, during the actual meeting, put together a direction for staff to follow and how you want to respond to this referral.
Thank you, Administrator Simonson. So this is our first time gathering virtually. So I would just like to request that if you have a question or a comment, please use the raise hand button because that puts you at the top of my screen in the order that you raise your hand. So just so that we're working efficiently. So I would ask first if anybody has any questions for Administrator Simonson. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi. So Victoria, excuse me, Administrator Simonson, would you please remind me that when is the due date for the IGA? I know you said we have a 1-year extension, but what's the due date of that, please?
I believe it was April 30th of 2023. Now and we have to clarify this, the IGA is between Boulder County and the town of Lyons. CEMEX has not been a partner to that over the last 10 years. It's between the county and the town to look at, because the county already has an option on the property, the majority of the property, to purchase it and convert it to open space or conservation easements. And so because it's in the Lyons primary planning area, we had an agreement with Boulder County to say, this is how we would like to see the property used. And we hadn't had that updated comp plan, so we don't know if that's changed. But at the time, and this would be the map Dolores had up earlier, the map that it's in your packet. There is a section that is specifically outlined for municipal facilities. And there is a section that is in our Lyons planning area that has the ability to be annexed and developed in very specific ways. The municipal facilities were negotiated to become either water or sewer or solar facilities. And you'll see that in that hashed area at the top. And then the yellow, and as part of the pink color, is the actual plant footprint, of which the county had agreed that the town could develop into a eco-friendly, sustainable type community, as our community defined it. And then the rest of the area was to be held as rural preservation with the county's current standard of 1 house per 35 acres, or potentially 2 homes per 35 acres.
So, and then in the IGA, I was trying to find it in my notes are a little wonky, but in the IGA, it also does say in there, if I remember specifically, that, we should be given a reasonable amount of time on any kind of proposal that comes forward. It doesn't define what that is, except that we are making it a top priority. So would you interpret that as anything that's a month or less? Or could be, or it's not defined. So asking for an extension is not unreasonable by the way it's written in the IGA currently that we are following.
Where the difference between how I interpret that and the county attorney is that he feels our IGA pertains to the south side. And this permit pertains to the north side. And we don't have any restrictions over that. And so we are being treated as a referral agency like everyone else. However, he did verbally, and the mayor also heard this in a conversation, he did give us a commitment that if we have some of our referrals come back after June 10th, they will still consider those up until the point where the staff has to have their report into the county commissioners. So they have told us that as we get other comments back from our community or our boards and commissions, they will still take them.
Okay. That's all
Trustee,
I have.
thank you. Trustee Edding.
Yeah. So in that document where CEMEX, the main cover head of CEMEX, they also mentioned 2 things. One is that they would, at 15 years, something about they would hand over the land to the county at zero price. And they said that's a value of 6.6 million. And then they also said some land that they're leasing around the plant is 1,000 a year. They would go to 400,000 a year.
Yes.
Can you talk, first of all, what were those agreements before? How much were they going to sell it before? What kind of change is that? Can you talk?
Well, I think the changes as they described, for the leased portion, it went up significantly. I wasn't privy to any of these negotiations before or this current group, so I really don't know. I shouldn't speak to know what they agreed to on that. I do believe CEMEX is probably on your meeting tonight, might be able to answer some of those questions, but I don't know that I can at this point, but I can write it down and try to get that for us.
Okay. Well, but there had to be some, was there a pre-agreed upon price for the property at the end of the mining operations?
Oh, yes, I do believe there is something regarding that. Let me see if I can find that, or if any of the rest of you can before I can, that's fine with me as well.
Okay.
Let's see. Here's the workshop. Does anybody else know that answer offhand?
No.
Uh-uh.
Thank you. Okay, who else has questions? No. I have a couple. So in the packet, it indicates that CEMEX has donated $160,000. Over how much time is that since they've been in operation, or?
I believe he said that was since 2018.
Since 2018.
Yeah, Michael
Okay.
was not there prior to that. So since 2018.
Okay. And in 2019, they applied for a 25-year mining extension, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, they indicated that they were running out of limestone and flagstone, I believe, and that they would be trucking those materials in, whether they got the permit or not. I don't know whether they have been trucking those materials in, but maybe that's something we can ask them.
Okay. I don't believe they're trucking in limestone yet. It seems that the quarry is still active with that and with shale. Mm-hmm. I do not know about the flagstone. I don't know how they use flagstone in their operation.
Yeah. Okay. And do we, and I apologize because I meant to look this up, but when that permit was denied, do we know the reason for that denial? Do you remember?
I have the original, I probably should have included that. I have the original denial from the county. It's my understanding that 25 years was out of their negotiation range.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I have one more question. So I'm looking at the Lions CEMEX area IGA. And in section 5.3, and I believe this might be what Mayor Pro Tem was referring to, it says that the parties agree to give high priority to any proposal by the other party to amend this IGA, which is what we're talking about, and act on any such proposal without delay. In addition, the parties agree that within 30 days after receipt by one party of an amendment proposed by the other parties, the parties will agree to establish a firm schedule for processing and taking final action. So to me, that says we need to create a schedule within 30 days. I think this kind of like, it feels like a last minute request of us to make a really substantial decision about our community and the whole area. So, you know, I clearly, I would like to ask for an extension. I think we need one. And perhaps we can sit down with Boulder County and start to iron out where we misalign on our understandings about Lions' participation in this process. Any other comments? I mean, anybody think that I'm not reading that correctly or? Trustee Eddie?
Yeah, I completely agree. I didn't know we were going to go here right away, but I can't imagine us making any type of clear statement today without public input or any more. I mean, because there's a lot of people that are going to be very interested in this. Listening to the commissions will also be extremely important. And then in the process of us making a recommendation, there could be a lot of detailed questions to some staff from Boulder County in regards to environmental impact, et cetera, that nobody here can answer. I couldn't even imagine us trying to make a decision today.
Anybody else? Thoughts? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm curious. I actually just right before this meeting, I got in the mail a letter from goodneighborsalliance.com. I'm curious, did anybody else get a letter like this in the mail today? So, I mean, clearly there are people within our community that are also extremely, well, I don't want to put too many words into the mouths without attending their meeting, but it sounds like they're really reviewing this also. And so we haven't really been given an opportunity for our citizens to express what their needs are. And because of the comprehensive plan and the timing of where we are, I think that a delay in this process is really important. And it actually brings a question up that probably would be a good idea to get a consensus on. The subcommittee, and well, actually all of us, when we met with, sorry, I'm going to back up. The subcommittee, Clarion, the consultant in the subcommittee for the comprehensive plan, met with CDOT, Boulder County, and CMEX to talk about the IGA, and this was a couple weeks ago. And because of this referral, the idea was brought up that perhaps CMEX should join the open house that's on the 16th. And they could have just a little table and people could come up and just ask questions of them. And I am beginning to wonder if that's an inappropriate thing for them to do. They didn't really want to talk about this referral, but more so about what they're doing in the big picture of things around CMEX. So, you know, I wouldn't mind also getting some feedback on that, on the appropriateness or perhaps not. But you know, we're going to be meeting on June 16th, and then we'll be doing which is all land use, that open house meeting. And then on around September, late August, early September, we're going to be doing another open house that Clarion will be making some presentations based on what we've learned from this June meeting with the community. So, you know, we have an active schedule of engagement that we should be able to use an outline if we're going to ask for an extension. But I certainly do not think that we should have anything in writing until we've gone through that process post-September.
Yeah.
Administrator Simonson.
One other thing to keep in mind is that this is now quasi-judicial for the county commissioners and their planning commission. So they are not going to be able to have discussions with us in between. And we are scheduled to have Boulder County commissioners in town on June 16th, the same night as your comp plan open house. They're having a town hall meeting here in town at the fire station from 5:30 to 7. And so that would be another opportunity for you to talk with them if in a more roundabout way. They won't be able to talk about decisions or process, but they can certainly hear your concerns at that time if they grant us an extension.
And I'd like to ask Attorney Dittman if he has an opinion about having a CMEX table at the comp plan event. Did he just fall off?
I'm
Yeah,
right here.
he's here.
Oh.
He's here.
Oh, there.
So the question is having a CMX table at the comp plan discussion in terms of.
Well,
can
we're
you explain-
talking,
can you
I'm
explain
sorry,
the
go ahead.
table, sorry, them representatives from CMX being there, or what exactly is the concept?
well, so we're going to be discussing land use.
Mhm.
And so clearly this is a land use issue. And the question kind of comes up is, well, what would the community be interested in seeing in that particular area, as we're talking about the Eastern Corridor extension and so on. And so, and I guess, one of the questions is could CMEX talk about what they are doing, not necessarily with any of the negotiations for this, but what are they doing currently and what do their plans to continue to do?
Yeah, I mean, certainly they can come and speak on those items. I mean, they may be hesitant to a certain degree as to not jeopardize our current negotiations with Boulder County in any sort of way. And so you may, I can't speak for them, but there may be boundaries around what they can and cannot speak about.
Mhm.
And so it'd be purely voluntary, right? Informational
Yes.
gathering type conversation, but there's no prohibition from you doing that.
Thank you.
Of course.
There's one of the concerns, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, go ahead.
The mayor expressed that, she feels that we definitely need an extension just to respond to the referral. There's a couple other things to keep in mind is this, this whole referral packet only brings up two options: to continue mining for 15 years or to abandon the mining on the north and continue operations on the south indefinitely. I would like to think that there may be some other options. And of course, not having been in those negotiations, they may have discussed them and this is what they landed on. But it seems to me there might be some other alternatives out there between 15 years or indefinitely. So that is something I think you should keep in your mind, as well as, in addition to an extension on just the referral period, is it possible for the county to grant an extension on Dow Flats so that CEMEX isn't out in the cold from a planning perspective here very shortly at the end of September, because that's when their mining permit expires. So those are a couple of things you might want to be considering when you make your final decision. Is it we want a referral extension, or is there a couple multifaceted other requests we have here as well?
Thank you. Trustee Edding.
Yeah, in regards to process, so you were saying that this is a quasi judicial for the Boulder County trustees. Is it quasi judicial? Is our recommendation quasi judicial as well? Mr. Dittman?
Yeah, so the answer to that is no, because we don't have any sort of final say in the permit. So it's more of a negotiation suggestion, quasi contractual, if you will, but not quasi judicial. We're not the decision maker on the land use.
Okay, so I just want to mention that CMEX has formed some type of I don't know what the name of it. Trustee Dottie, is it the CMEX community group or something like that? And we attended the meeting a couple weeks ago. It was a little bit odd. It was a meeting ultimately about what they're doing with the community, but then the subject eventually became, oh yeah, but the vote's really important. The extension is really important. And so I think both Trustee Dottie and I agreed, correct me if we're wrong, that we're not going to attend those anymore. It might be inappropriate for us to attend those, but they are still scheduling those and meeting with the ecology board and I believe a couple of the other boards as well. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And you know, it may be that it's not appropriate for boards and commission members to be attending those meetings when they're going to be commenting on this referral packet, hopefully, as well. And I want to share that, you know, we went on the tour, and I was in the truck with the plant manager, Mr. Estrada, and I asked him, so, you know, what is your end goal here? Because if you're running an operating, if you're running a profitable plant, why would you want to shut it down? And what he told me is that their plan is to build a plant near either in Wyoming or near the Wyoming border that manufactures, I think it's called P1 cement. So just keep that in mind. If this plant were as profitable as they say it is, they wouldn't be looking to build a new plant to replace it somewhere else. Trustee Edding?
Yeah, so I remember that conversation. And that was a great question that you asked. He did mention that they were working on building a very futuristic modern plant that would be more carbon neutral than the current process that they have today. It's almost like, I mean, this is just what he's saying. He made it sound like it was kind of a game changer, a whole new way of doing things. However, I do believe he commented that it, from conception to getting a plant running, could be a 7 to 8 to 12-year process. So it takes a while. He didn't state where they were in that process. They didn't state when the production could be moved from here to there. But I think it's a really important point here, because I'm sure with a lot of public input, we're going to have a lot of talk about the environmental hazards, the air quality, but it's eventually, in my opinion, going to turn into, what do we want in our backyard? Because the cement's going to be produced somewhere. And it's really hard for us to get the bigger picture from them as to when can cement be produced somewhere else in a cleaner, less carbon manner. So we don't have any insight to any of those things. We're just guessing, which makes this kind of painful.
Okay, trustees that we haven't heard from yet, your thoughts, comments, questions? Trustee Elson.
Hi. So I think I view it as different, I guess. So just looking at, if we only have the two options and if we're just a referral, I mean, in my mind, I feel like the 15-year is the better option, because if they don't get it approved, they could run it forever. We don't know. We're assuming they won't. I'm assuming they wouldn't either because of cost. But unless we can get more skin in the game and not just be a referral, I don't feel like there's many options, to be honest, between the two.
Well, and I think that we do want to try to get more skin in the game. Yeah. Administrator Simonson, did you have a comment?
No, go ahead, take trustees first.
Okay. Trustee Delman?
I was wondering if there's any way that we could maybe suggest to the county to do like a 10-year rather than 15, or just something a little bit shorter, because that's pretty extended.
I think we can probably request whatever we want to request. Whether they consider it or not is up to them. But yeah. And Trustee Williams?
I came out of our meeting with them suspicious of the profitability without Dow Flats, and the fact that they could not indicate to us exactly how much product would have to be trucked in or brought in by rail. I couldn't believe that no one in that room had an answer to that question. And it makes me not as inclined to grant the 15-year extension, because I wonder if keeping the plant open perpetually is but a bluff.
Trustee Dottie, do you have any comments or questions?
Can you hear me?
It's a little tough to hear you, but I think we can make
I've
do.
tried troubleshooting the audio and I don't know how else to increase the volume. So
Okay.
either I speak really loudly or I put this in a chat. Is this loud enough?
Yeah, I think it's loud enough. Yeah.
Trustee Dottie, can you go to your control panel audio settings and boost up your microphone potentially?
Yeah, I've looked at that. I think the microphone is through the camera and the camera is pretty far from where I'm at. So I think I just have to speak loudly. Can everybody hear me?
Barely, but we can hear you.
So I'm really hesitant to speak on this because I have been on this, serving on this committee, the Cemex Lions Community Committee since last September. And I have been working with Cemex from the nonprofit perspective for the last 9 years, benefiting financially. So I do agree there is a conflict of interest for me here in this issue. Because I have benefited in the past, or the nonprofits for which I've volunteered or worked for, I've benefited. I've recused myself from that committee for that reason. There are 2 other commissioners serving on that committee, Greg Lowell with the Lions Ecology Board and Jeff Christie with Sustainable Futures Commission. So I don't know that I have a voice here. I don't know that I'm totally unbiased. All I hear, all I can do is reflect what I'm hearing, that we haven't really had a chance to consult with all of the boards and commissions and the population, and an extension would be ideal. At the same time, I think the Boulder County Commissioners are going to go ahead and make a decision with or without a referral. I don't know that we have that much weight. I'd love to hear what their thoughts are on that. What I see at the bottom of their letter is 2 options. We have reviewed the proposal and have no conflicts, and there's a letter enclosed. So if we do see conflicts, then obviously we need to put a letter together. And whether that letter contains a request for an extension or whether it contains questions, it sounds to me like what I'm hearing is that we do have some conflict and that we would like to include a letter. So I think really what we need to discuss are the contents of that letter.
Trustee Dottie, really appreciate your transparency, and and this may be a question for Attorney Dittman, but if Trustee Dottie feels that she cannot be unbiased on this issue, may she recuse herself if she chooses?
Yeah, so she can, and following the legislative procedures outlined and the policy adopted by the Board of Trustees. I mean, again, this is a recommendation. It's not a final decision, so it's not as critical, recusal standards. But regardless, if you believe you cannot be unbiased in this matter, you should recuse yourself from any sort of decision, whether it's quasi-judicial or not. And so we can send you the legislative policy. That means anytime where there's a decision on a matter regarding this, including what I presume to be the ultimate decision on the recommendation, you just not participate in that discussion and recuse yourself not only from the discussion but the room during that time.
So, just so you know, the way that this has worked in the past on Zoom, and there's nothing wrong with recusing yourself. If you honestly feel like you can't be unbiased, then recusing yourself is a very positive thing to do, and I think builds trust with the community. But I think, and Administrator Simonson, correct me if I'm wrong, what we've done in the past when a trustee had to recuse themselves from an issue is you just walk away from your computer and somebody texts you when we're finished discussing the issue and you come back. So
that's correct. Yeah.
Yep. So, give that a little bit of thought if you want to.
So should I walk away now? Should I just?
We're not making a decision
No.
here tonight, so it's not necessary, but I can send you the legislative policy, Trustee Dottie, for you to review. But I mean, if what you say is true, then I think when the decision needs to be made on a recommendation, that time you would recuse yourself.
It'd be tonight during the general business item.
Okay. I mean, it's not a final decision on recommendation. It's just whether or not to defer, right?
It's the request on the agenda is, how does the town want to respond to the referral that's due by June 10th?
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think it's sufficiently broad enough to require recusal in that case.
Mr. Sparks, I'll let you know that we don't take audience comment during workshops. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm kind of curious, since we have more time, this was the only subject on tonight's workshop. What other potential alternative ideas does anybody have? Can we start discussing that from a brainstorming standpoint right now in order to this evening have that knowledge as we make a recommendation to staff at that point? I really personally have not thought too much beyond, I think we need an extension. But if we do need to come up with something before the 10th or, shortly thereafter, it'd be nice to kind of already have some thoughts in mind if anybody has suggestions.
Trustee Edding.
Well, I think Trustee Dottie brought up a really good point. Does anybody have any feelings that the Boulder County might just move ahead without our recommendation? I hadn't thought of that. I would be really alarmed if they did, but they could, because it seems to me that the money, the remuneration, as far as the $6 million in the additional leasing of the land, and then plus the acquisition of the open space for free, totals $12 million in gifts to Boulder County. And you're like, I almost felt like Boulder County is just going to go forward with this, period. So I'm curious if anybody else has any thoughts. Would Boulder County go forward without our recommendation and just say, sorry, you have to have something by June 10th? And then the other question is if they are going to receive an additional $400,000 in rent for that leasing that land, is there any way Lions could receive some of that money? Can you put that into a recommendation? Could we do a 50-50 on that? Start 75-25?
Administrator Simonson.
I just wanted to follow up on Trustee Edding's previous question about that contract. I went out on their website and I could not, they have a whole section on different IGAs with agencies and outside agencies. Nothing comes up under Dow Flats or CEMEX except for the Lions IGA. And then I went out and tried to search open space acquisition property. I was unable to find anything of what they currently have in place. So I will not probably have that answer for you tonight. But certainly if the county's going to receive $12 million to turn around and use toward open space and remediate, well, it sounds like they get it back remediated as well. Certainly then I think that is a much stronger negotiation for the south side, where we have the most potential for some expansion, development. Specifically, if we could really turn around this carbon footprint that is currently happening in an outdated CEMEX plant and change it into a solar facility or eco-friendly center. So I would think the county would be on board with that request to ask for their assistance to make that happen. And that might be a good segue on how to do that. Can we take $1 million of your money, your 12 million, to put towards a green development that will help you reach your 2030 carbon goals? Because my understanding from what they're producing now, the county can't reach that goal.
That's right. And my understanding that is if CEMEX shuts down production, they will reach that goal. So you know, it's kind of a question of how important is that goal to the county. So I'm really glad you brought that up, Administrator Simonson. And Attorney Dittman, I have a question. I'm looking at the CMEX, Lion CMEX IGA, and that bit that I read about amendments. Do you think that we have a leg to stand on here to say, hey, you're just, we just, you know, need 30 days to establish a firm schedule, not 30 days to make a decision? And so do you think we can demand that, or?
I had to think about it some more.
Okay.
I got on the spot. I'm not ready to render an opinion on that. Probably not
Okay.
online, but I can get back to you on that one.
Okay, that would be great, because,
Yep.
you know,
Before
if-
the general discussion, I can have a opinion on that. I need a little more time to look at it though.
okay, yeah, it's section 5.3.
Okay.
Because, you know, if they're demanding a referral in that short of a timeline, and we haven't had a chance, you know, to create the whole schedule, I think that's a good argument.
Okay.
And in terms of ideas about, you know, alternatives that we might want to discuss, you know, my understanding was that Boulder County Open Space suggested that CMEX apply for 15 years. And so, you know, I love open space. I love Boulder County Open Space. And their goal is to acquire more open space. That's what their key performance indicators are. And that's totally fine. That may be at odds with what is really best for our community at this point, in terms of what's healthiest, you know, environmentally, economically. So I would hope that we could sit down with all the parties and have some really fulsome discussions. Anybody else? Who's got the idea that it's going to solve this whole thing? Trustee Edding does.
Yeah, no, I don't have that. Just my final comment on is, and I didn't expect going into the discussion to conclude on this, but we should probably come about it from a standpoint that if we don't have the ability to stop this, what's the most we can get out of it? And that could be financial remuneration, lowering of CO2, asking them to go to tires, doing something to improve the air quality. But we might have to just take that stance on it. That again, what can we get out of it, because we can't stop it.
And do we want to argue that we deserve a seat at the table with these negotiations? Yeah, the timing is just so curious to me. You know, this quick timeline. I don't understand it. I don't understand how they could not know more than a month ago that they needed to ask for this. Administrator Simonson?
I think my understanding on that is the negotiations have taken much, much longer than they anticipated. They knew they had this deadline of September 30th of 2022, but the negotiations have been going rather slow. So now we're down to the wire. That was my explanation from the county.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem and then Trustee Dottie.
I was just wondering, do we have access to the negative environmental impacts that have taken place in our area that we have and can take into consideration? Is there access to that? Is there data that's available?
I do have some, and I need to get it out to all of you, and I'll do that tonight. I just pulled up. Boulder County does have a greenhouse gas emissions modeling report, as well as their climate action report and some of that. So let me send you some links.
Yeah, and the EPA website is also helpful.
Thank you.
Trustee Dottie.
Yeah, I just want to add from my time serving on that committee, my understanding was that their original deadline was for the end of 2021. It was December 31st, 2021. It was extended through September. And I think what I understood on that committee was that CEMEX was a little bit frustrated and not getting any response from the Boulder County Parks and Open Space. So they were very surprised when they finally got that email early May saying they could apply. And from what I understand, they've been negotiating back and forth for the last 3 years. So knowing that that permit was coming up to a expiration, they had already been working on hammering something out. So I feel like if Boulder County Parks and Open Space is making this recommendation, then and CEMEX is applying to renew the permit, it sounds to me like they've already come to some kind of consensus after 3 years of negotiations. And we weren't asked to be at the table during that period of time. So I don't know how they feel about us having a say. Obviously, they've asked us to be referral agency, which I still don't understand what that means exactly and how much weight we have.
Well,
You know how many other referral agencies are out there, for example?
do you know Administrator Simonson?
Oh my gosh, they have to notify, you know, the neighbors within a certain space. They have to notify anyone that has a property interest in this area. And then, of course, like our IGA. And then they usually include, depending on the type of development request, you know, the sheriff and fire and emergency services are usually included as well. But there's probably a list. I tried that staff report, I didn't find where it listed everyone, but my guess would be 15 or 20 different referral agencies in this case.
And it makes me wonder how many are asking for extensions. And and as far as having a seat at the negotiating table, I think that the stance that this is happening on the north side of 66, and so it doesn't affect our area, is incorrect, because it does. So, I would argue that we're not asking, well, maybe we will be asking for a seat at the table, but we deserve to be at that table. It affects our property. Attorney Dittman, please.
Yeah, so I have a question. It's probably for the town administrator. There's clearly seeking an extension of the special use permit for the Dow Flats area. Does that require any sort of amendment to the IGA on the county's behalf? I mean, it doesn't, right? I mean,
on the county's behalf with
because
us,
the
you mean?
IGA is between the county and the town, and so I'm trying to, going back to Trustee Rogan's question or Mayor Rogan's question, I'm trying to.
So how we see it is our IGA says that this is going to stop. The plant operations on the south are going to stop. So depending on which decision they make on the north that will drastically alter our agreement on the south. If they say we're going to continue for 15 more years, let's say the town was planning to do, wanting to use the plant area for a solar facility or a new wastewater plant or something, this would delay all our plans by 15 years. So I think it does have a direct impact, as well as from, again, the air quality standards that we thought would be changing.
But neither the air quality standards nor the closure date of the plant, as far as I can see, are contained within the IGA. Is that right?
The closure date, I don't think what it says is that this IGA would be renegotiated and that we would have this land use plan that we would both agree to, which we haven't done.
Right. But it doesn't, go ahead.
That was actually my other question is, if you look at 2.4, the parties agree that within 10 years after execution, they'll engage in good faith negotiations negotiations toward the adoption of a land use plan. So if that hasn't happened,
We went into this agreement with the understanding that the plant was going to go away in September of '22.
so I think the question, if I'm hearing right, I think the question on the table is, does the extension of a mining permit require an amendment to our IGA? Is that right, Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, and at least my read of this is that it doesn't necessarily, because nowhere in here does it say that the mining permit will end on X date. Now, they certainly have an obligation to negotiate that land use plan, which they haven't done, so technically it's a breach of contract, January 1st, 2023. So that may create some leverage, but with the county, but in terms of the process of the extension of the mining permit, I don't see how this ties back in a direct way, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So then it rears the question, we entered this with the spirit of it being that CEMEX would stop in September of '22. So let's say we agree to a 15-year extension. What's going to keep them in 15 years from extending it 15 more? When we have a plant that is very outdated and it's grandfathered in. So I guess that's kind of the thought is if we would agree to that, we'd need to build in something so that it just can't continue to perpetually be extended, despite our plans that this is part of our Eastern Corridor growth area.
Well, I think the recommendation would be and it may be that, it's not exactly getting at what Trustee Rogan's question was, but maybe a different way of getting at it is that, they're in violation of that provision saying they're going to negotiate the land use plan within 10 years or will be very shortly. And that in exchange for, us agreeing not to, sue them essentially for a breach of contract, not I think we ever would, that we would negotiate that there would be a firm deadline on the plant closure in this IGA. Not only that, they will agree they won't grant another extension past whatever, presuming, of course, that they do grant an extension. And that way we'd have skin in the game for the next, negotiation. So that way there would be the situation that the town administrator mentions that, it just perpetually goes on forever, that we would have a contractual ability to say no.
So that's really helpful. And I'm looking at the signature page of this IGA, and it's April 16th, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
So
it already has passed then.
It already has passed. So
well, we put it into place. The extension's already there for a year. The previous board did that.
Oh, okay. So
I thought that was for the super IGA with Boulder
No,
County. Not
that's the CEMEX IGA and the super. I think it was both of them actually.
Okay.
I did just send a link to the board on the EPA's emissions, and it's saying that CEMEX continues to produce the same CO2 it did in 2010. It's gone up and down over the years, but currently it's at the same rates it was in 2010. I just sent you a link, so you'll see all that. So do we have enough discussion to be able to formulate a response, or other questions you want me to try to find between now and our meeting that I can get to you?
Trustee Delman.
So I was originally leaning towards that it would be best to be assured of getting everything in 15 years, but after talking, I think that that's, in my opinion, not the best idea. And I wonder if there's a way that we could get with the county and have a little bit more say in that.
I'm with you. When I first heard this, I thought the same thing. 15 years isn't too bad. They need that amount of time to build a new plant. Of the two options, I thought it sounded pretty good. And the more I learn, I feel like there might be some other options.
Yeah. Well, if there are no further comments, and please raise the hand if there are, then I think we can actually do what's extremely unlikely and end a workshop early and have a little break before we reconvene at 7. But I want to make sure nobody else has any other comments. All right, well, this has been a great conversation, and look forward to the discussion during our meeting. And everybody grab a piece of chocolate or something.
Thank you.
We'll see you at
Thank
7.
you. Sounds good.
Hey, Trustee Delman, are you going to take this whole meeting standing up? You're muted. Sorry.
Yep.
Can you unmute yourself?
All right. Yes, I do like to stand a lot. And I sit a lot for driving for work.
Well, I think we should normalize standing up when we need to stand up, for sure.
Yeah, I have a standing desk so I can stand or sit.
And if anyone's interested, the Avalanche are up 1-0 into the first period.
Feel free to give us periodic updates, Trustee Elson.
Right.
We're having a test of the emergency system. So hopefully all of you can hear it from your homes or wherever you are at, if you're in town.
Yep.
Is it
I
going
heard
on
it
right now?
just fine this morning.
Oh,
Yeah,
Any second now, I think.
oh, so
I
maybe
just
should-
heard her
I
voice.
just heard it as well.
I haven't yet.
I'm outside and I haven't yet.
I'm not hearing it in Stone Canyon, and I'm by a window, but I'm facing east.
Well, let's
I only heard her initial, "This is a test," and then there was nothing more.
Now the siren is going off.
I hear the siren.
Yep, I can hear it.
But if I was asleep in the middle of the night, I would not hear this.
Nope.
Well, let's go ahead and get started since we're all here. So I will call the June 6, 2022 Lions Board of Trustees meeting to order. Pretend I have a gavel. So Clerk Vasquez, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Farrell,
Present.
Trustee Delman,
Present.
Trustee Edding,
Present.
Trustee Elson,
Present.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll read our land acknowledgement. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda? And since we're virtual, I'll remind you to please use the raise hand button. Trustee Edding.
I motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Dottie.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to amend the agenda? No? I think, before we vote, previously in virtual meetings, we did what's called a roll call vote. We didn't discuss whether we would be doing that tonight. My preference is to not do a roll call vote. So I will ask for a show of hands to indicate approval of the agenda tonight.
So if I can interrupt real quickly, we can do this so long as the clerk acknowledges who did what vote. So there has to be some sort of audio indication of who voted if we're not doing it in person. That's the requirement.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Clerk Vasquez? Do you have a preference?
That's fine, Trustee Rogan. Would you like me just to say motion passes unanimously or motion passes 6-1 with Trustee X voting no? Perfect, gotcha.
Okay. Should we vote again, or I believe it passed unanimously.
I think I kind of interrupted her in the middle of it. So maybe just for posterity's sake, do it again.
Okay. All those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please raise your hand.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So it's time for a reflective moment of silence. And tonight I would like us all to keep in our hearts Craig, Sally, and Early, and everyone who is feeling the tragic loss of Griffin. And I read something this evening that I'll share, and that is, grief does not arise to be healed. It arises to be heard. It arises to be held here now in the moving arms of awareness. Thank you. And now is the time for audience business. So if there is anyone in the audience who wishes to speak, please raise your hand and you will have 4 minutes to speak. We'll need your name and your physical address. I don't see anybody. Clerk Vasquez?
I don't either, Mayor.
Okay. Then it is my great pleasure and with great joy to read our proclamation tonight, which is Lyons' very first Juneteenth proclamation. A proclamation by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Lyons recognizing the Juneteenth holiday. June 19th, 2022. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was issued on January 1, 1863, yet news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, and in particular the Southwestern states, for over 2.5 years. And whereas on June 19, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. And whereas African Americans who had been enslaved in the Southwest began celebrating June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth Independence Day, in 1866, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas on June 17th, 2021, President Joe Biden signed a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. And whereas on May 2nd, 2022, Colorado Governor Jared Polis signed a bill to make Juneteenth Colorado's 11th state holiday. And whereas the Board of Trustees Board of the Town of Lyons acknowledges the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States, and whereas residents of the Town of Lyons are encouraged to join the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences of enslaved people that have shaped this country. And whereas the Town of Lyons will fly the Juneteenth flag to raise awareness of this celebration, now therefore the Board of Trustees of the Town of Lyons hereby proclaims that June 19th, 2022 is recognized as Juneteenth Independence Day and is a town holiday. The Town of Lyons encourages all residents to join in celebration and solidarity and actively raise their own awareness of the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our nation and our town. Given under my hand and seal of the Town of Lyons, the 6th day of June, 2022, Holly Rogan, Mayor. And I hope that everybody has had a chance to review the Juneteenth celebration events that were included in the packet. So thank you. This is a big deal for Lyons, and I'm very excited about it. So Sergeant Chris has let us know he won't be here tonight. He's not feeling well, but he says everything is a-okay. Correct, Administrator Simonson? Yeah, okay. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. Clerk Vasquez, would you please read it into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 under consent agenda is Resolution 2022-58, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Longs Peak Drive Water and Sewer Project. Item 2 is Resolution 2022-59, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the 4th Avenue Stormwater Project. Item 3 is Resolution 2022-60, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Railroad Avenue Electric Underground Project. Item 4 is Resolution 2022-61, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying a professional services agreement with Denver Metro Protective Services for Lyons area parks. I would like to point out that Mayor Pro Tem Farrell found a small change to be made in one of the whereases, instead of 13,000 to reflect 14,000 for the record on that resolution. And then item 5 are the June accounts payable, and item 6 are the May 16th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Thank you, Clerk Vasquez. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Trustee Delman.
I motion that
Okay.
I approve it.
Thank you. Trustee Edding, are you a second there?
Yeah, I second.
Great. Is there any trustee who wishes to pull anything from the consent agenda tonight? Great. I'll call for a vote to approve the consent agenda by show of hands.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have boards and commissions. We have an ecology board update, and I believe Steve Sims is here. Steve, you can go ahead and turn on your video and unmute yourself.
There we go. Good evening. If everyone can hear me okay.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I think you moved me up in the agenda a little bit. I appreciate that very much. What I'd like to do, introduce myself and also read a statement that was put together by our board. I can speak kind of naturally, or sometimes it's a little bit better if I just read what was attached in the agenda, if that's okay. And then people can ask me questions at the end. I think that might be a good format. If everyone had a chance to see my submission with the packet, it was a little bit late. I apologize. I noticed it was up on the website this evening. So if everyone had a chance to take a look at it or not. But
I honestly did not, Steve. I'm sorry. I haven't had a chance this afternoon. So I apologize, but I will look at it after this meeting.
okay, that's great. And it'll just be detailed in writing also. So for the record, let's see here. The Ecology Advisory Board did what we all had to do in the year of 2020 and 2021, and moving into 2022 is to adapt. In response to the pandemic, all EAB meetings were kept to a virtual format until we revitalized in-person meetings in April. We had one meeting and then went back to our Zoom format. We had not very many people join via Zoom, so most of our meetings are posted and open to the public, but no one seemed to join remotely. Despite the loss of connectivity and the limited community outreach opportunities, the EAB, Ecology Advisory Board, still managed to keep its focus on protecting the ecological integrity of Lyons and our surrounding areas. A task which has been made more relevant in the wake of the unleaded fuel spill about a year ago, and also the black ash runoff from the fires like the Calwood fire. Our mission statement, I'll put it out there, is basically the EAB advocates for the protection of ecological integrity and the aquatic and terrestrial natural resources in the town of Lyons and its supporting areas. We want to support a dynamic and resilient ecosystem and a quality environment for all citizens in our community. Basically, we feel like that adds to a vibrant economy in our town based upon the draw that this town has with like the wedding venues, the Planet Bluegrass venues. So we feel like there's a very strong tie with our local economy and our natural healthy ecosystems. Let's see, the EAB has celebrated several significant accomplishments in 2021 and prompted by some citizens' concern and at the request of the Board of Trustees, the EAB along with the community members, Parks and Rec Department, we refined and focused on the details related to the town's weed management plan that greatly reduces the use of synthetic herbicides and pesticides in our community, basically focused on our children's health, running barefoot through the parks. The prior EAB, pardon me, the prior BOT unanimously approved the new measures that we brought forth and have been implemented in 2022. So it's been about a year and a half of trying to reduce herbicides and pesticides, and we're seeing how that plays out for our parks, weed management, and some of the final river restoration projects that are federally funded to try to help work with clawback potential. So the EAB was also involved in shaping and supporting several measures of great importance to the town of Lyons, particularly in light of the upcoming drought conditions that are foreseen in the next 10 to 20 years. The EAB supports the St. Vrain Watershed Health Partnership memorandum and the understanding between Boulder County, U.S. Forest Service, a lot of our local municipalities, town and conservation groups. So we're trying to tie a lot of groups together under the umbrella of ecological health. These projects unite a number of these groups and implementing a plan with regards to wildfire management throughout this Front Range area. The EAB also represents the town at the St. Vrain Watershed Forest Health Partnership, and it's an initiative designed to help prepare the St. Vrain Basin for wildland fires as part of the natural part of our ecosystem. These projects take on renewed importance given the explosive and destructive nature of the fires in the last prior fire season. So the EAB provided comments and support to the St. Vrain and Left Hand Watershed Conservation District through a mill levy proposal that passed in November of 2021. And the EAB expressed our report on that mill levy as a way to better manage water flows, water quality, water allocation, and to improve our invertebrate and fish habitat. Trying to make the town attractive to fishing and visitors in the aquatic setting. Recreational benefits also with tubers and kayakers and so forth. Let's see here. One of our goals is to maintain sustainable river flows during low flow seasons. We want to try to keep enough water in the river during our low flow to support the riparian aquatic ecosystem. And moving into 2022, the EAB has been involved in an adaptive management framework for assessing our watershed's health in the St. Vrain, in the entire St. Vrain River Basin. And this also includes Left Hand Creek, Boulder Creek, and then the confluence of the St. Vrain River. The Left Hand Watershed Center, AKA the Watershed Center, is very instrumental in a number of these, this aquatic riparian health. And this brought together partners through in 2019 to develop a framework that was a collaborative framework to help all these municipalities and stakeholders work together to look at our entire watershed and our ecosystem. Then just recently, like 3 weeks ago, at the Lyons Library, there was a meeting of over 40 ecological minded stakeholders from across the Front Range who were looking at this watershed. So it was a very significant meeting of the minds, putting together a framework to record and how to record our watershed's health. What are the metrics going forward that we want to use to record and document and scientifically notate the quality of our entire watershed ecosystem. Let's see, 2 major goals. that we have long-term goals is to better embed our ecological considerations into the planning and development process in Lyons, and to participate in outreach and educational opportunities in the local community. That's one of our mandates, is to continually reach out to our community, informing them on ecological topics and so forth. And we have continued to engage with partners. Let me change a page here. In Community Development Commission, as we move forward to develop part of the upcoming comprehensive plan with Jocelyn. We've been working with you and significantly trying to add language and put an ecological perspective to the entire comp plan. And that came up in the prior meeting at the library, where how these stakeholders are going to help feed information into our comp plan as we put that together in more detail. Let's see. So the EAB specifically, we're promoting the identification and preservation of ecologically sensitive areas, including our river corridors, our riparian zones, our wetlands, and then also our uplands. And we want to work on mapping with GIS data from all these municipalities and stakeholders to get a common GIS database for reference of significant areas that are sensitive in a multitude of ways, to kind of defined under the ecological umbrella. And this is in alignment with some surveys that have been done with citizens in our town, what they felt like was what are important components, that what brought them to Lyons, what do they like living in Lyons. And there's been some prior surveys done, like Toby Russell did one. And there's a very strong interest in ecological value, ecological preservation. It is probably the main attractor to the community in a big picture, is our ecological health, including river corridors and also the uplands. Bird watching is going to become a potentially significant draw to our community, because we're in a very unique ecotone, and we have some experts in the field of ornithology who are identifying the uniqueness of this niche right up against the plains and the Rocky Mountains, known as the Lyons ecotone. On the outreach side of what the Ecology Advisory Board has done over the few years now, we supported the Lyons Elementary and Middle High School in developing an environmental leadership program through collaboration and promoting the use of the town lands for scientific studies for the youth. This includes monthly river monitoring programs in Laverne Johnson Park, and the successful release of some native northern red-bellied dance fish into our creek that the youth in our community raised even during COVID. They were able to keep them alive. That's a rare and endangered species that's been now released into our community area to see. And that's in collaboration with our state ichthyologists and so forth. It's a pretty interesting program. Let's see here. The EAB starts with the knowledge that the Lyons is a very unique location at the confluence of the North and South St. Vrain Creeks, surrounded by abundant natural areas. And it makes the town an environmentally sensitive area worth working with. And we want to protect that and make the students in our community, make Lyons Middle Senior High School a magnet school, kind of like NIWAD is for pre-med students in a sense. So it's gaining a lot of traction with the principals of the respective schools around town. And just recently in May of 2022, the K through 12 students did a scientific presentation called Confluence, and that was at the new auditorium. And it was just a great success. I have a picture, maybe I can try to share that real quick. Let me see how this looks. If it will. Going here, going to share screen, and going here. And if you can see that or not, this is the auditorium. It was attended by 300 parents and involved stakeholders. And they started with the preschoolers all the way up to the 12th graders. And there's Principal Andrew. And it was great. These young scientists from all levels and interests got to do their own projects and do a presentation. I think it was quite a success and a lot of feedback even at a later time. So after days later, I was sitting at different meetings and had some interesting feedback and so forth from parents that had attended that. Now I'm going to try to figure out how to pause my sharing and get back to me maybe. All right. I'm not sure if you see the screenshot or not. I'll come back. I'll finish up here. The EAB also has continued ongoing efforts to promote Lions Walking Arboretum. It's online now. And we also have a weed posse that we're supporting with the reduction in herbicides. We're trying to do more hand pulling, and that's not really the EAB, but just a volunteer group that has done numerous pulls, and tons of weeds have been pulled, thus reducing herbicides and pesticides. We also work to educate community members through our new Eco-Minded Facebook page, newspaper articles, and we are providing an ecological perspective on development of projects, including the new hotel, the Summit Affordable Housing, and the Martin parcel. We are looking at securing some funding for a weed removal steam machine that's been used by some universities around the area. The Planet Bluegrass South Farm developments, we're working with that on the Preble's Jumping Mouse. Sewage treatment discharge point during low flow. We want to try to not have contamination of our river. Corona Flats Trail, andesite mine restoration, and rights of nature for St. Vrain Watershed District, where the river has its own type of voice. So our ultimate goal is to try to secure some funding for a natural resource position to be added to the town staff. And I eventually will hopefully find a funding source, and we can get someone on staff who can keep their thumb on the pulse of all of these. As volunteers, it's a little bit hard to do that and to really do a good job at all of these items. And I think that is the last item on my list, so I can open it up for any questions if I went through a lot of items there, but I think that in the Zoom format, it's probably a little bit easier to read it all and then open it up for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sims. And I want to just start by thanking you and the entire commission for everything you do and for how hard you work, particularly during COVID. You've accomplished so very much. And I do have some questions and some comments, but I'll ask Trustee Edding to make his first.
Yeah, Chairman Sims, thank you. That was excellent. I do have one question. I believe in a meeting about 2 weeks ago, we did have public engagement about the Martin parcel. And the request was, if I recall correctly, the desire to keep the Martin parcel as wild and ungroomed as, if you will, as possible. But it occurred to me that that might conflict with some of the fire mitigation that we need to do. Can you discuss a little bit and possibly put on your agenda how we maintain both fire mitigation, but yet a natural and sound, wildlife policy?
That's a great question, and it's been brought up for discussion a number of times. I recently actually met with the fire chief, the new fire chief, and he's talking about some of the federal funding that's becoming available for this entire watershed related to fire mitigation. An ecological perspective, versus a fire mitigation perspective. I don't know if they conflict, if like the Martin parcel, if it is, the understory is moist, then it's got less of a burn potential. So, but if it becomes, dry and tinder for ignition of a fire, then that's another issue. So we have one of our board members, David Batts, who's more, it's the aspect that he's going to take going forward to see if there's alignment, agreement. The more wild and natural it is, we'll get the morel mushrooms, we'll get the whole understory, we'll get the more robust ecosystem. And that is actually one of the areas in town that has probably about 120 species of birds that migrate through there on an annual basis, nesting in quite a rich community. So from an ecological perspective, it would be fabulous to keep it uninterrupted, minimal trails, keep some of the understory. But I think it's going to be going forward as the town as a whole figures out what the fire mitigation big picture is going to look like. So,
Yeah, let me just conclude by saying if it does become a conflict, we would really you have to utilize your board to make a recommendation on how to go forward. So whatever you guys process and come up with will be extremely important to us.
thank you. We look forward to working with you guys for sure. Yeah, any other questions?
Anybody else have any other questions? Trustee Dati.
Hello, Chairman Sims. I'd like to also say thank you to your entire commission for the work you've been doing over the years. I know, I'm sorry. I'll try and speak up. Can you tell me more about the natural resource position now and what you see that position accomplishing?
I'm going to repeat what I think I heard. Sorry, you might have to get a little closer to your microphone, but talk a little bit to some of the natural resources in our community.
The position of the natural resource.
The position of
The natural, yeah, the position that you're talking about trying to find funding for.
Thank you. Okay. Apologize for the lack of hearing. A natural resource specialist, a natural resource director is a person who has studies at a university level, 4-year degree or master's. CSU has a great program. And there is a methodology to looking at natural resources in a community and how all of the local natural resources that we have, the uniqueness of our community ecologically, from the mountains to the open areas, to the forested areas, to the river corridors, how those can be best managed, and hopefully a natural resource person would look at also some of the ecological or at the economic drivers in our community and say, how can we balance the usage of our natural beauty from an economic perspective. So it's not just about the ecology so much, but it's about the vibrancy of our economy and the draws that it has. There's a unique website that is used for world travelers, not just national travelers, but world travelers who are looking for unique ecosystems to go visit and to hang out for a week and to engage and find out and study the uniqueness of our ecosystem. And if we could meet those criteria and create a draw like that on a national level, it would be really interesting to bring in foreign travelers along with the wedding venue that goes on, the Planet Bluegrass venue that goes on. But even like bird watching, to be really, really interesting to create that kind of draw, different times of the year, different seasons, to create more of a year-round attractor towards this community. So that
Any other questions?
yeah, the Gates Foundation, I'll just say real quick, has funded a number of positions with the Left-Hand Watershed District in the beginning to help them get off the ground. And then they've created their own funding sources since then. So we would love to try to capture some type of dollars like that to maybe start it up, and then that individual would try to keep that position funded.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to circle back, Steve, to what you were talking about in terms of the education, not demonstration, but the forum that was put on at the high school in the auditorium by the students from preschool all the way up to seniors. It was outstanding. My husband and Grace and I attended, and we were blown away, and we learned a great deal from these students. And so the program between the schools, where you've got the high schoolers are going over to the elementary school, and they're doing these science projects outside in the environment. And then these kids go back to the classroom and turning this really into this dynamic science study program. And each class is tasked. It was really, really good. And I do feel that our town is raising true ecological scientists and environmental scientists. So thank you, because I didn't realize there was the connection between the EAB and what was happening at the schools until that night. So the education element is extremely strong.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback. I mean, if anything energizes our board, it's an event like that. Some of the other community outreaches that we do, and then the discussions that happen days after, is really energizing. When you get bogged down in some of the nitty gritty, you kind of wonder why you're doing what you're doing. But then when you have these kids coming up from graduation, actually, we went to a number of graduation parties, and they're jazzed, they're energized, and they're bringing that forth, and that adds a lot to the future. So I my hats off to Dave Batts. He was very instrumental. Andrea, the principal at the high school, who's now moved on. Andrew Moore. I mean, it's really a collaborative effort. And a few of our prior board members who had kids at the school were very instrumental in getting that going. We presented prior years at the town chambers, and we'd fill the chamber pretty good, and the kids would get up and do their presentation. But this one was just the venue setting and making those kids feel special was really cool. So look forward to next year on that one for sure.
Great. Trustee Delman. And we'll try to wrap this up. This is going a little bit long, so we're going to try to wrap it up, but please do ask your question.
Yeah, respect your time.
I just have a question about the fire mitigation on the Martin parcel. I was wondering if it could be more heavily mitigated on the south side where it abuts the private property, and less so on the east side where it abuts up to the skate park and the watered area. So it's not going to be much of a fire spreader.
Trustee Delman, we're actually waiting on a report from Lions Fire about the Martin parcel that I think Administrator Simonson, I think when Emily was going to get back, we were going to receive that. So we can wait and see what they have to say, since they're the fire mitigation experts, I think, if you don't mind. Chairman Sims.
I agree 100%. I wish I knew more about fire mitigation. I want to be an expert in it, but there are experts who can give us, pretty good advice. So we'll wait for that.
Yeah, and you can only be an expert in so many things at once. So I want to thank you again. I know that the past couple of years has been an outlier in terms of the relationship between the EAB and the Board of Trustees and Town Hall. And so I would like to encourage us to do a little reset just so that the board knows more about what you're doing. For example, if you're going to speak to the fire folks, Town Hall really needs to know about that because we're also trying to speak to the fire folks. And in terms of funding that position, you know, Administrator Simonson is in charge of staffing at Town Hall. And so before you spend your time trying to find funding for the position, you know, let the Board of Trustees and Administrator Simonson discuss whether that's really something we want to pursue right now, or whether it's something we may want to wait on. And the confluence thing, I wish I could have gone to that. I didn't realize it was being put on by the EAB because nobody told us. So what I'm really hoping for is a more collaborative approach. For example, if you're going to make a recommendation to a watershed organization, please ask for an agenda item before you do that so that we can discuss it as a board and so that we can know about it. It's just super important for us, I think, to be all rowing in the same direction while we save the river. We'll be later on in this meeting, we're going to be talking about our priority list and our work plan. And I believe the plan for all the boards and commissions is to have your yearly tasks or chart of work flow out from our priorities. And then as you have ideas for great things you want to do, please let your liaison know and he'll bring it to us and we can discuss moving forward. But please do make Town Hall aware of any substantial meetings like with Lions Fire. So just so that we can all keep the relationships transparent and going, if that makes sense.
Definitely. That's great.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for your work. It's so important and we appreciate you and the entire board so very much. So thank you.
You're very welcome and I look forward to working with you all. This is great. You have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Thank you. So next we have general business, Judge Brown's request for adjustment to compensation. We have a staff report, please.
Actually, Judge Brown is here herself.
Hello, Judge Brown.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, trustees. I submitted a letter to you dated May 22nd. I believe it's in your packets. Just a little bit of background. I started with the town as a prosecutor in 1990, more decades ago than I want to admit. And in 2020 was appointed as the municipal judge. And when, I'm sorry, in 2010 was appointed as the municipal judge. When I was appointed as municipal judge, the matters that I handled were all of the tickets that were written into the court, dealing with traffic and the minor criminal violations that we handle. When I was appointed as municipal judge in 2010, the salary was $1,000 a month. About 9 years later, that was increased to $1,200 a month. It's come to my attention that in the last year or so, the Board of Trustees, a prior Board of Trustees, enacted some ordinances related to abatement of properties and enforcement of nuisance type violations on properties. In that ordinance, there are two courses of action the town can take. One is to charge as a violation into the municipal court of a nuisance violation on specific property. The other is to pursue a civil abatement matter. And with that civil abatement matter, and your town attorney, Mr. Dittman, can fill you in a little bit more about this, but in that civil abatement matter, abatement notice is sent out to the property owner, and if the property owner requests a specific hearing, that hearing goes before a hearing officer that's appointed by the town. The parties, the property owner or the town, could appeal the ruling of the hearing officer. That appeal, instead of going to the district court, comes before the municipal judge. And these are new administrative duties that are now part of what I do. And so what I'd like to recommend is something that I know other municipalities do when their municipal judge handles more administrative type matters. And that is that I would be paid the same amount, the $1,200 a month for all the municipal court work that I handle. And that includes, working with court staff on court matters and things of that nature. Any administrative duties in excess of 6 hours a month would be paid on an hourly basis. And I've detailed all of that in the letter that I directed to the board. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Judge Brown, for your long service to our community. We appreciate you. Does anybody have any questions for Judge Brown? Trustee Dottie.
Thank you for your service. I'm trying to speak loudly, so I hope you can hear me.
I
I'm
can.
just curious to know how often these administrative appeals happen. Is it one a month or one a year, or how often would you have to spend 30 hours on an appeal?
Well, I have yet to handle one. There's one that's become active. The ordinance was passed. Let's see, back in the revisions to the ordinance in 2021. This is the first matter. Honestly, I would be surprised if it's even once a year. That's not dictated by myself, though. That's more dictated by town administration, and if there's a decision to move forward with an abatement notice, and where that abatement notice would go if someone wants to appeal that. So it would not be once a month. I would be surprised if it's even once a year, frankly.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, Trustee Dodd, I can maybe add to that a little bit. So the prior Board of Trustees, shortly after, actually 2 Board of Trustees ago, they amended the general penalty provision of the town code, which created direct action in municipal town court, and that one. And then in addition, in 2021, we also added the abatement appeal section, also at the direction of the prior Board of Trustees. That's kind of the 2 different ways that civil matters can kind of, general civil matters can end up in municipal court. I think since that time, we've had a total of 3 that have, 1 abatement matter, and then 2 just kind of general code enforcement type issues that have ended up in municipal court. The current one has been more lengthy than the other 2, I think, but. So in the past 4 years, there's been 3 issues, I think.
Thank you, Attorney Dittman.
And
other questions for? Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor. If I could just clarify on that, the other 2 matters were just written as citations as a violation into the court. So there was a plea bargain offered by the prosecutor just as in a traffic violation, basically. Mm-hmm. The matter was resolved the day of court. This is an appeal, which is what requires is much more time intensive.
Thank you. Other questions? I have a couple, Judge Brown. So first of all, I'm a firm believer that people need to be paid for the work that they do. And yours is hard and much appreciated. I'm curious, over the past couple of years, how many hours has municipal court taken on average every month?
I'd say it's about 1.5 hours. Probably the max is going to be 5 hours if we have trials. Obviously if we have trials, court takes a little bit longer. There's some time spent out of court just working with court staff when there are questions about different cases that come up, things of that nature. I would say on average 3 to 4 hours a month.
Okay.
All court time.
All court time. And Attorney Dittman, so earlier today, you looked at how a statutory town should structure a relationship with municipal judge. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Not necessarily how, but how we're permitted to, which is under state law, it says that municipal judges be paid a salary for statutory municipalities. It doesn't since we're not home rule, we can't really alter the statutory scheme. So the municipal code also, as currently written, also says that we pay an annual salary to the municipal judge.
Okay.
Now you can always pay something on top of that, right? But there has to be a salary of some kind.
Okay. So we could pay a salary plus hourly.
Yes, I think that would be permissible.
Okay. All right. Any thoughts?
I just have another question.
Trustee
about
Dati,
court,
go ahead.
if I may, sorry.
Yes.
Just another question about the municipal court. So if you say 3 to 4 hours on average per month in court, how much time would you say you're spending outside of court time around those? I guess they're more traffic related.
I'm sorry if I was confusing. It's 3 to 4 hours total for the month. That includes in-court time and out-of-court time. And that's on average.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Brown, would you be amenable at all to considering reducing your yearly salary and then billing hourly as needed for the other work that you do?
Honestly, I'd have to consider that. The other work that I would have to address or have to handle is very intermittent because it's an appeal of this very specific ordinance, which has been in place for 2 years, and this is the first one that I've handled. So basically, that would be asking, in my opinion, on a reduction in pay. So I'd have to consider that.
Okay. Administrator Simonson, please.
Just a comment for clarification, Judge Brown, you were saying though that this would be for up to 6 hours of work per month.
Exactly.
And yeah, and so that's something that should be considered if you did administrative work. The first few hours that make up whatever court is would be towards your monthly salary.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the proposal.
All right. Well, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
You it sounds like Holly, excuse me, Mayor Rogan, you were about to say this, but I was just kind of wondering, I don't see this as a resolution. Is this a resolution or are we just making an approval at this point?
So I think the question is a process one. I think at this point we'd have to give direction to staff to bring back the contract with an amendment. I think that would probably be, there's no resolution before us here tonight to make any changes, only a request for consideration. So I think the decision point is whether there should be staff direction to bring this back for an amendment.
So Mayor Rogan, are you asking for an opinion or do you want someone to make kind of a motion to direct staff?
Well, first of all, if there's discussion about this, I'd like to have that. And then I think what I would do is ask for a nod for staff to bring us back.
Okay.
Yeah. For the purposes of our budgetary planning, I would like to see some sort of mechanism in place where if Judge Brown is something that for some reason is going to go completely off the rails, and you'll be spending a ton of time on it, we would know in advance of that. Or, I'm sure your instincts are pretty good about things like that. So, I would look to you to kind of let us know. Anybody else have any thoughts on the matter? No? Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that was my only hesitation as well. It doesn't sound like having Judge Brown, you described to us what you have experienced so far. Sounds like we're going to experience something that's completely a shock to us one month versus another. So, but I agree, if maybe there is something that's coming forward that seems like it could be something to be aware of that we could be prepared for, I guess, is the only thing.
And what I would recommend is, I'm sure Ms. Simonson knows about the appeals when they're filed. They're filed by, this appeal in particular was filed by the town attorney, his office. And I certainly can, chat with Victoria and just ask that she advise the board that in fact an appeal has been filed and will necessitate some extra time.
We'll have Trustee Williams and then Attorney Dittman. Trustee Williams?
My only thought is just looking at our budget, it would seem that this is certainly reasonable and an additional or 6 hours total. So this would be beyond that, but I don't have any sense of how often this might occur because it is a new area for us. And so what impact does that potentially have on the budget? I just like to see a little bit more on that.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, so maybe it might help the boards. I know you're all new to this. Not all of you are familiar with the facts of this particular appeal, just to give you like kind of general without getting into the details of the case about why the board implemented this. And that was that the board, the prior board thought it would be a lot less expensive in totality to litigate appeals of nuisance abatement issues in municipal court than it would be in district court. That was the theory that the prior board was working on. And so they implemented this ability for either the town or a defendant to appeal a decision of a hearing officer to municipal court rather than straight to district court. For better or worse, that was a decision of the prior board of trustees. And since that time, there's been one particularly difficult nuisance abatement issue. I think several of you are aware of at least. That there was a decision rendered by a hearing officer that the town objected to in this case. The town decided to appeal as it had an outcome that we did not find favorable. I don't want to get into the specifics of that case. And so that's why there's a particular appeal currently before the municipal court. But the theory of the previous board was that it would be cheaper to work out any sort of appeal in the municipal court prior to going to district court. And so that there was a few trustees that felt very strongly about that, and that's why it was implemented. And so we don't foresee this as being a very common thing to happen. Most of these nuisance issues are worked out prior to there being any sort of dispute at a hearing officer level or the municipal court or district court. But that's why the previous board philosophically implemented this, and that's why there's currently, generally speaking, an appeal before the municipal court.
Thank you for that background. I appreciate that. So what is the direction of the board? Trustee Williams?
Yeah, I found that helpful. And this to me, in light of that, seems like a reasonable request.
Trustee Edding?
Yeah, I agree. I would direct the staff to come back with the resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, technical challenge. Yes, no, I agree. I think this makes good sense for us, and hopefully, Judge Brown, makes good sense for you too.
Thank you.
Trustee Delman?
I agree. I think it all sounds good and reasonable.
Great. Trustee Elson?
Nope, I agree also. Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. And Trustee Dati? 2 thumbs up. Okay. Well, there we have it. The direction is for staff to bring a resolution back to us. And thank you very much, Judge Brown.
All right, thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. Bye. Okay. Next up is discussion direction regarding zoning violations at 431 4th Avenue and deadline for fence installation. Can we please have a staff report?
Hello, Mayor and trustees. I'll be doing the staff report now with Philip now on to his next career move. So I have been involved with this to some extent. And for those who don't know, at 431 4th Avenue, it had previously come to the board because it had been a commercially zoned property and there were industrial uses there. I think it's all in the paperwork there. So that is Steve McCain's excavating business, which had gone on there for a long time. And so as part of trying to get that in line to have the use conform with the actual zoning, and then with the new Safe Routes to School project going on with the new sidewalk that came before the board, previous board, and they had agreed to go ahead and actually change the zoning to the industrial zoning if some conditions were met. The main condition being the fence that was around the property. So there was a timeline set. Mr. McCain was not able to make that first timeline. He came back and in the early spring, late winter, requested an extension until, I don't know if you requested it until May 31st, but it was given until Memorial Day weekend, the Friday, May 27th, that he would be able to have until that time to get the fence completed around his property. On Tuesday, June 1st, the project was not complete. There was fence around most of it, 85, 90%, but there were still sections of fence and there was gating that was put in there that was not what had been intended from the discussions we had. So Mr. McCain was given a notice of violation of zoning because the zoning he had until that May 27th, in which case he could then have the fence done and become industrial. When it wasn't done by that time, it was considered to still be commercial zoning, and he had not met the conditions for the industrial zoning. So he was violating the zoning aspect of that. And so it was set, there is the ability to fine up to $1,000 a day. The fine was set at $100 a day until the fence was completed. On Friday morning, so that was, Tuesday, June 1st, he was, no, let me take that back. Sorry, we started discussing it. We then it was Thursday, June 3rd, when the notice was actually issued. I apologize. Again, we had a bit of discussion with Philip gone and then me taking over. So on that date, he was issued the notice. He then did move forward with finishing the fence. It was probably 95 to 99% finished Friday, but there was still some by Monday morning. By this morning, I went and looked and the fence had been completed. Some of the concern had been the gates that he was going to use and the style of those gates. And so it was decided to go ahead and have it. He was willing to remove the gates and put up fencing around the entire property, which in discussions with Director Strom and Administrator Simonson, that was agreed to as part of the option. The gates were really something that were being allowed for him based on what he had wanted, and having the fence fully around the property, except for the one entrance on Railroad, did appear to still meet the request and the desires of the town. So as of this morning, the conditions have been met. So it would appear now that the only question remaining on that is, there may be a couple. One would be the violation was issued Thursday at $100 per day for a violation. So we have 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the violation. The intent of having the fence is completed. At first, I thought might recommend, we did get the fence completed and that was what we wanted, but there were some costs involved. It did require staff time, attorney's time, so it would be understandable to incur the legal fees that have been incurred with that violation notice for those 4 days. I suppose it could still also be up there that if the deadline was not met, was there the desire to really go back and try to revoke the entire intent of the previous board of allowing the change in zoning? So I think the questions are, one, at this point, really high end, would you want to review the entire zoning submission of the previous board and try to say he did not meet his deadline? Therefore, we want to go back to the drawing board and possibly change the zoning. This would be a very lengthy, I think, process, require going back through the whole possibly PCDC and some other. Again, we now have 4 days, a week after the deadline. Let's say it was last Monday, would mean that he has the conditions met. The second question is, if you are okay with allowing it to go forward late, but still meeting those conditions, do we implement the fines that have been laid on from that violation notice? Or do you want to waive those fines? That would be the question before the board.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. I'm sorry, please.
I was just going to say,
Fernando.
unless Attorney Dittman had anything else to add.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to this basically is more like kind of high level discussion on this, because the entire board may not be as familiar with the facts on this one, and that essentially this property previously was zoned commercial, and industrial business had been operating there under the commercial zoning for some time. The previous board approved a rezoning application to rezone that property from commercial to industrial, to basically allow the use that had been there to be in compliance with the code from a zoning perspective. And then the fencing was a condition of that rezoning application. So in order for the zoning to change from commercial to industrial, that fence needed to go up. And when it didn't by the deadline, it never effectively became industrial. And so the property was out of compliance with the zoning. And so that's what we're really trying to consider here, is that whether the failure to meet that deadline means that, the property should not be considered industrial, and what that, we'd have to determine what that means from a process standpoint going forward, if that's the direction of the board, and then two, what to do about the fines for not having met that deadline.
Thank you, Attorney Dittman. Okay, who has questions? Trustee
Yeah.
Delman.
So by him being late, are you saying that it did cost the town money?
Proceeding with the violation notice would be involved staff time and attorney time to put together that violation notice.
Okay, so I guess my recommendation then would be it would be a $400 fine. Is that what the fine would be?
I was trying to determine if it would be 400 or 300 based on when it was actually submitted. If a day is 24 hours, if you just say it was issued Thursday, is that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? But yes, I would believe 300 or 400, depending on the specifics. Or it could be a portion thereof if that's what the board desires.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Edding.
Mr. Kaplan, do you know specifically what we had to incur in attorney fees for this? Is it more than 300 or 400?
It's not. I can tell you if you give me a couple minutes, I can tell you. But it wasn't more than $400. I can tell you that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm certainly of the opinion that it's not okay for him to waste taxpayers' money, and that he needs. We can't ask the public to pay for the attorney fees that this costs. So I have a pretty strong opinion on that. I have one other question, Mr. Dittman. I think we talked about this before. But I'd like to ask again. Was this rezoning? Would you consider it spot zoning?
I think there's a high likelihood that a reviewing court, if it was still within their review period, which at this point it's not, would consider this spot zoning. It's past the point where anyone can challenge that.
Okay.
And I can't say, I'm not a judge, but I think there's a high likelihood that the town would be at risk if that decision were to be reviewed and we're as spot zoning. Yes.
Okay, but you think we're past the point where we are past the point in which anybody could try to challenge it?
Yeah, you only have 30 days from the
30 days.
decision, so
Okay.
we're well past that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Dati.
I'm sorry, can somebody clarify what spot zoning is?
Yeah, good question, and thanks for interrupting and making that, as I'm sure there's others on the board that are wondering that. So essentially, when we rezone a property, the expectation is that rezoning makes sense with the comprehensive plan. It makes sense with the surrounding properties. It's a logical outflow, basically the comprehensive plan and the surrounding context of that area. And so that's what the general expectation is, without getting too technical about it. What you're not allowed to do under Colorado law, or really the law of any state, is rezone a property for the sole benefit of a single property owner. And so if you rezone a property to give John Doe a break and allow him to do a use that makes really no sense with regards to the comprehensive plan or with regards to the surrounding context of that area, that can be considered illegal under Colorado law. And a judge can order you to go back and redo it, essentially, to make a zoning decision based on the comprehensive plan and based on the surrounding area. And so in this case, the argument could be made that rezoning this property from commercial to industrial spot zoning, because there are no surrounding commercial or industrial uses. It really only benefits one property owner. The rezoning, he's the only person on this lot. There's no other property owners which benefit from this. And so, certainly, an argument exists, one would wanted to make it that the Board of Trustees' actions to rezone this property could be, spot zoning. There are arguments against that as well, but those are the arguments for it being spot zoning.
Administrator Simonson, did you want to say something? No? Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, the only clarification was beyond legal fees, there were quite a bit of staff fees involved. So I do want to, when you have your final discussion on this, it took several hours of 4 or 5 people's time to address it, as well as the attorneys.
Okay. Would you be able to put a number to that? Okay. All right, we'll go Trustee Elson, then Trustee Williams, then Trustee Dati. Trustee Elson?
So I kind of agree that the fine should be in place. My question is, though, seeing how they went past the time for the land to be industrial instead of commercial, what happens if we put it back to commercial? What does that do to the business? I guess that'd be Brandon, you.
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think there would be an argument on his side that it's a legal non-conforming use, because at one point in time it was a permitted use if the zoning was effective. It's a whole nother piece of this, right? Was the zoning ever effective, right? Because it was conditioned upon him putting up this fence, putting up a screening fence. He didn't do that by the deadline he was supposed to. So legal issue one is, even if he did this after the deadline, is the rezoning change from commercial to industrial, is it effective? So that's hurdle number one. Hurdle number two, let's assume it was properly rezoned, that the equities say that the few days, 3 days or 4 days he was late does not basically take away his zoning status. Is he a legal non-conforming use under that industrial use if it were to be changed again in the future? It's a second question. And so it's a sticky legal question is what I'm trying to get at. Because you're dealing with someone's property rights or potential property rights. And the law in Colorado, especially in Colorado, takes that very seriously when you're looking at taking away someone's ability to use property. And so I'd be hesitant to say something definitive on the record here that it would be a violation if it would be changed back to commercial, or if it's commercial to this day. If it's commercial to this day, then there's probably a good chance that it's a violation of the continuing violation of the zoning code. But I think that's a question we'd still have to answer if the board wanted to seriously look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Williams.
If I'm understanding everything correctly, to consider rezoning this definitely would involve litigation, or likely would involve litigation.
And there's a possibility if someone's unable to continue their business, that they'd be looking at potentially litigating that issue. And there's some gray area here because of the unique facts concerning kind of what has transpired. So there's certainly the potential for litigation. I can't say with certainty whether there would be, but the potential exists given the kind of the gray around this.
Yeah, I probably would be in favor of not trying to rezone, but in my opinion, the fines stand.
Thank you. Trustee Dottie?
I guess my question is around how we respond to this resident who emailed us. I'm assuming I'm not the only one who was emailed, who was really concerned about this potential spot zoning and how that property didn't fit in with the rest of the community. So I'd like to know how we respond to residents if we go ahead with this zoning.
So I at first would correct that, there's no rezoning on the table really right now, right? The previous board of trustees already decided to rezone this property. If someone wanted to challenge that, the time to do that was at that time, right? And we can't, at this point, the period to appeal that decision has passed. And so what really the options for that resident is one, in your comprehensive plan, which is currently underway, to make it clear that this property from their perspective should not stay industrial in the future. And then two, this property could be rezoned in the future potentially. And so they'd have to say in that as a neighboring property owner to rezone this property in the future.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah,
You're good.
thank you. Am I still muted?
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you. So I'm curious, if May 27th was the day that they became in violation, why are we only charging them a violation from June 3rd? Because in my feeling, this is a habitual landowner who has pushed the boundaries over and over and over again. I mean, really for 20 years. And so they were given an extension and they didn't pass the first time frame. They were given an extension and then they have missed it again. And so my feeling is that we have bent over backwards to be accommodating. And I'm just kind of thinking, why not be 9 days worth of violations and why not be $1,000 so that we can maybe be seen as serious at this point?
The May 27th was Friday evening. And so the next business day was Tuesday, June 1st. So we did start putting that together on Tuesday, June 1st. There were a few circumstances. There were other issues in town going on that affected me to some extent too, but also then with Philip being out of town, by Wednesday, we were ready to go ahead and place the violation notice, but decided to wait one more day until Philip was back in town. And I do think that worked out well. There was some confusion. So while that's why I wanted to put that staff's recommendation was to go with the fines that were placed because of the staff time involved. But there was on Thursday, we came across another document with the design of the fence that other staff did not have before Philip became involved. So
So Aaron, I didn't
Good, we
mean that.
did it Thursday.
I didn't mean that to sound like I'm disappointed in staff by any means. My question though, and maybe really it's Attorney Dittman, is why can't we at this point say, no, you know what, we're going to go back to the day of, no, it doesn't matter how long it took us to get there.
Yeah.
I
And I was going to finalize, and Attorney Dittman probably will, that it had to be after the violation notice was issued.
Yeah. The code is really specific that it says we can't start assessing fines until the notice of violation is posted.
Okay.
And so we can't retroactively go back, unfortunately. And because of the circumstances that Aaron mentioned, that the date was a weekend, it just didn't work out for us to get it, unfortunately, as soon as we could have.
Sure. And then why set it at $100 instead of $1,000?
That was being
Yes.
lenient. Yep, trying to get the job done. That was a judgment call.
Sure.
Yeah,
And that can't be retroactive or changed at this point.
that's correct. We didn't know how long it would take to put up the fence. And so if it was going to be, 30 days to put up a fence, at $1,000 a day, that would seem excessive. And so that was kind of, the thought process.
I appreciate that. And at this point, can you, since this is forward, but even though I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I am kind of curious. I was on the PCDC when we voted unanimously against this, and we strongly felt that it was spot zoning. And so at this point, can you, since this is somewhat open, can we add any new whereas conditions going forward?
I've thought about this question came up over the weekend. I've been thinking about it pretty hard, and it would be tricky to do it. Is it, once again, you're looking at, adding conditions to a prior approval by a prior board of trustees. We would essentially have to take the position that the zoning was never effective and start over again, I think. I think that's the only way you'd have to do it. And I think because there's so much gray area here that there's certainly risks involved with doing that. I mean, if that's something the board of trustees wants us to look into at a more serious level, we can, other than just me thinking about it and think about potential risks. But I think there are certainly risks involved with trying to put conditions, post hoc, really, after the initial decision with the conditions was done.
Well, I appreciate that. And I don't know that we want to go into that direction, but I will just say for the record how incredibly frustrating I think that this particular property has been, and I suspect will continue to be.
Yeah. So
that's me on the record. But I think that all attorneys' fees, administrative fees, and in the future, we don't be generous at $100 if there's any kind of problem in the future. I'm very disappointed in this particular piece of property and this particular owner.
Trustee Dottie, and then we'll move into the direction to staff.
So I share the same sentiment as Pro Tem Farrell. I totally hear your frustration. And I guess my main concern at this point is what happens if he doesn't pay the fine. So let's say we agree with the $400, the $100 a day for the last 4 days. And are we going to put a timeline on that? Is there going to be an expiration date? And then what happens if it's not paid? Because I do feel like he just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing the boundary. And so I'd like to know what's our stop? Like, what is our limitation if we're going to move that direction?
Yeah, unfortunately, our only recourse at that point, if he doesn't pay the fees, is to send to municipal court for an order, which could be entered against as a lien on the property, which is also appealable. And so I think one of the recommendations, which she had mentioned that Judge Brown had, was also that the town hire a collections agency for this kind of thing going forward, because it can get quite expensive to try to, through a legal process, try to collect these types of sums. But of course, we would ask for attorney's fees. We'd make sure the town be made whole, and those types of proceedings, they are regularly granted. It's not like a nuisance, where it's more hard to get attorney's fees. So.
Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. I would like just a little clarification as well, so we can learn from this. I'm not quite understanding why, if the contract that we agreed to said you must do this by the 27th, why then do you still have to post? So why can he break the rules and get a deal, but we can't come back and say, since you broke the deal, we want more conditions?
So the code only authorizes us to assess fines when the notice is granted, regardless of any other agreement. So that's the reason for that one, right? So
we need
Yeah.
to come up with a more efficient way, because I drove by on the 27th, took pictures, sent them to staff, and then, there was a holiday, someone gone, it's really unfortunate. I personally don't think he would have done any of the work without Philip and Zachary going over there and literally spending hours trying to convince him otherwise. So I guess the other thing is, how should staff then, if all of this is so time constrained and a board meeting isn't for a couple of weeks, how should staff set a fine for guidance moving forward, so that, it's not less than what the board would have wanted? To me, I've always been told the fine should be set at whatever the actual cost of expense was. But how do you know that at the time you post, if you don't know if it's going to be 3 days or 30 days? Should it take board action, or is that a staff decision?
I mean, typically I would say that's a staff decision. I mean, that lies within staff's control, but any guidance given by the board from a policy perspective would be appreciated.
I think now that we have full-time code compliance on staff, I think we're going to be following up much more frequently with people and a little more consistency. And I want to make sure we learn from this moving forward, because to me, $300 or $400 versus losing his zoning are just, they're not even on the same page.
Thank you. Well, I have some comments. I am furious that we are again spending all of this time talking about this property. We talk about the value of time. There are, 11 people spending, I don't know, at least 30 minutes talking about something that that the last board talked about. We gave him every single opportunity we possibly could. The last board even gave him an extension, which I don't particularly feel was warranted. I was told that the design and construction of the fence would look nice and fit in with the neighborhood. It clearly does not. I'm furious. I believe we should fine him as much as we possibly can for this incident. And personally, I would like to look at a risk-benefit analysis of declaring that his zoning never actually went into effect because he didn't meet the conditions. So that's my opinion. And I'm gonna just go across my screen here to see what others think about those two issues. So I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll ask Trustee Delman.
I think I'm just going to stay unmuted. So yeah, this is a habitual violator, and I don't believe in a small town we should always have a strong arm, actually. But when we're in cases like this, and we have had a few in the past, I think that we need to be very clear that this is not okay. This is taking advantage, and we know it has happened in the past with this particular property and owner, and I really don't think we're going to see the end of it. I agree with Administrator Simonson. It does seem wrong that because we end up on a holiday weekend and short on staff, that this is not starting from the date of violation, which was May 27th. And if that's something that we need to do to fix in a code, I think it's, something that we can, easily do. My preference, if it was possible, is to charge him $1,000 a day starting May 27th. If that's not possible, then I would like for attorney's fees and all staff members' fees. And I don't even know if that can include this evening, but it should, in my opinion. So I am okay with Mayor Rogan's suggestion to look at this a little bit further. I don't know how good that is, or not good. That's not the right word. Feasible in the long run, but I'm really tired of the violators that are they do it over and over and over again because there's very little consequence. And I think we've been taken advantage of.
Thank you. Trustee Delman and then Trustee Elson.
Well, I think we need to be strict with the consequences and make them stricter in the future. But I don't see how we can change if it's a 4-day violation right now, and we've already said that it's $100 per day. I don't see how we could change that for the time being. I think in the future we should be able to be more strict, but I don't see how we can do that right now.
And how do you feel about looking at a risk-benefit analysis of declaring that the zoning was never valid because he didn't meet the conditions?
Well, that certainly seems logical to me because it sounds like spot zoning to me, and it doesn't seem like it seems like it's there for the benefit of one person.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Elson, then Trustee Williams.
Yep, so I agree. I think it doesn't hurt to look at with the spot zoning if it could be changed for the risk analysis. I kind of agree with Trustee Delman. I don't think you can charge any more than the $100 a day for the fines. If we could, I think that'd be great. I feel like we kind of have to kind of say that we're not going to be pushovers to certain things. It seems like it keeps happening from the history I've seen in the town with this address.
Thank you, Trustee Elson. Trustee Williams, then Trustee Dati.
I'm in agreement with Mayor Rogan. I believe doing a risk-benefit analysis is worthwhile. I don't think it much matters what the fine is because I don't think it's likely to be paid.
Thank you. Trustee Dati, then Trustee Edding.
Yes, I agree with the risk-benefit analysis as well, and I share the same concern as Trustee Williams about this individual not even paying the fine and not having any consequences. I do think we need to be clear, and I feel really badly that the staff is being taken advantage of, and that somebody in this town thinks that they can take up our time and resources like that. It's not okay, and we need to make sure that's understood. It's not okay.
Thank you, Trustee Dati. Trustee Edding.
Yeah, I would just like it, to be made very clear to everybody that's listening in this meeting, he's using up people's tax dollars, and I don't like paying taxes. And when somebody else's shenanigans are burning my tax dollars, I get very, very frustrated. I would agree that it is spot zoning. I think everybody that donated to the library should be furious about this property and the zoning of this property. I don't know if I would go as far to say, can we rescind it or should we try to rescind it? I mean, it was made by the previous board. They did have some valid reasons, I suppose. So I'm on the fence on that one, but I'll just leave it at he should be fined to the maximum amount and stop wasting tax dollars. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds to me like the overall direction is to, yes, fine him as much as we can fine him, including staff time. And it sounds like the majority of the board would like to see a risk benefit analysis of declaring that his zoning was never in place. So, Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, so I will prepare a memo then for your next meeting, and we can have a short discussion on it during my legal report at the next meeting. about what sort of direction to take based on that memo.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem?
One last thing, can you put in there some kind of a recommendation on terms and then collection agency, or what the collection process would be if it's not paid?
We can certainly put something about what the collection process of their current code is. I think it would take further board action to say we're going to go out for RFP for a collection agency.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So question for the board. Our next item is discussion direction on CMEX referral. Do we prefer to take a short break before that item or after that item? Anybody speak up?
Could we take one now, please?
Yep. Let's take, is 5 minutes okay with everybody? Brief bio break, is that okay? Okay, let's take 5, so we'll reconvene at 8:41. Thank you.
Can I ask Attorney Dittman a question during the break?
What's it with regards to, I guess? You're muted.
It was just to ask how to recuse myself before the next discussion.
Okay, a process question. That's fine. So yeah, so just I think as we discussed earlier, before when we enter that item, I would raise your hand and say, I'd like an announcement to make. I'd like to recuse myself, and then state your reasons why. And then once you've done that, then you'll take off your camera, mute your microphone, leave the room, and then either Mayor Rogan or Clerk Vasquez will message you when we have finished that item.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The bummer about not being in person is we don't get to share snacks.
Yeah, I could share all the cherries that I'm eating.
I know mine is spicy popcorn.
Well, it's
Avalanche are
something
up
to look forward to. Oh, there. What's the score, Trustee Elson?
5-4. 5 minutes
5-4.
left.
I'm sure. So I'll apologize in advance if you hear my husband screaming at the game from the other room.
Yeah, they just
Everyone
scored
here
on a
too.
power play.
I know, I saw. Because we had a nice break.
Oh, he's gonna score again. Oh,
So Greg, I realize now you're looking at a television, not because somebody's walked in the room and is talking to you.
oh, we're 4 minutes left.
Busted.
Really a good game.
Busted.
I could tell he was
Well,
watching TV by the way the light keeps changing. You got to take off your glasses, then it'd be a little harder to see that you're watching TV.
That's not necessarily accurate though, as I have like lights in my room that like are on a cycle. So I'm not watching TV, but
well, as soon as Trustee Williams joins us again, well, oh, there she is. Hello. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Next item on the agenda is discussion direction on the CMEX referral.
Thank you.
Staff report, please. Yep.
Sure. For
I think
anyone that
before we
joined.
begin, before we begin, Trustee Dottie has an announcement to make.
Thank you, Trustee Dottie.
Thank you, Attorney Dittman. Yes, I raised my hand. I just want to request that I recuse myself from this discussion before you continue. And the reason for that is because before I actually served on the CEMEX Lions Community Committee over the last 9 months, I was actually in a nonprofit role here in Lyons where I approached them for many years for financial sponsorship, corporate sponsorship for different nonprofits here in town. And so I can't guarantee that I would be totally unbiased 100%. And so I'd rather recuse myself from this discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Dottie. That is admirable and appreciated. And I'll ask Clerk Vasquez to text you when the discussion's over so that you can rejoin.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff
Okay.
report, please.
Yes, for anyone that joined us earlier, we did have a workshop earlier this evening to talk about some of the details of this item. Basically, CEMEX has filed for a 15-year mining extension for their Dow Flats site. And this has gone to the Boulder County Planning Commission and will go to the Boulder County Commissioners here shortly following the referral period ending and a couple public hearings. So we are needing to determine how we want to respond to this referral. They are asking that the deadline referral agencies have their responses back to the county by June 10th, which is this Friday. And so as outlined in your staff memo, it's a little different in the packet than the one that was in your workshop. The staff have listed several alternatives. I think we listed 6 of them. The board can certainly choose any one or series or number of these or come up with other alternatives. But I do need to have a formal referral response to them by this Friday.
Thank you. So we had substantive discussions in our workshop earlier. Are there any additional questions for staff? I actually have one that I thought of on our break, which is, were we to ask for a delay, would we be asking the county commissioners? Would we be asking the planning commission? Who exactly would make that determination?
I guess it would depend on how we worded it. If right now the referrals go back to the planning commission.
Could we make the request of the planning commission and also make the request of the county commissioners at the same time?
I'm sure we can.
Okay.
Probably make like a formal request to the planning commission, and then like a on town letterhead or request to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. So, so thoughts on the matter? Who would like to start? Okay, I'll start. I would like to request a delay until October for the following reasons, which people may add on to. We need to, our boards and commissions need to study this and weigh in. We are in the middle of our comp plan process, and we need to get further along in that. We need community input. This is a decision that could affect Lions for a very long time. And so we need the time to be thoughtful about it. What I had one more reason and it slipped my mind, so I'll ask anybody if they have additional reasons to ask for a delay. No. Oh, okay. So yes, please.
Sorry, thank you. I was trying to get my notes in order here. I also agree, but what I'm wondering is, I think October is correct, and I definitely want that to be the direction. And maybe then my next question is how do we want to engage the community to being a part of this? So I don't know if that's a separate discussion item that you would like to address that after we give direction.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think that is a separate discussion item. I think it's also, and Administrator Simonson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be up to staff to determine how to gather that input from the community. Director Mitchell, I imagine, would lead that effort. And I know that the staff would put a lot of effort into that. The other reason came back into my mind, and so that is that what happens on Dow Flats on the south side directly impacts the north side, which includes our property. So this is not just about Dow Flats. Any other thoughts? Trustee Edding.
I was wondering if we could at this point ask, because I see that Paul Tamburello is on, if we could ask him what his thoughts are, specifically being one of the major landowners in the Eastern Corridor. How would this affect his plans with the Eastern Corridor? Because it did become a concern earlier in our workshop. If Boulder County does agree to do this, how does it affect how we could build out the Eastern Corridor? Is it possible to talk to Mr. Tamburello?
Attorney Dittman, that's possible, yes.
Yeah, the board's consent, you can call upon him.
Okay, do I have the consent of the board to call upon him? Yeah, okay. Hello, Mr. Tamburello.
Hello, everyone. Good to be with you again.
Good to see you. So would you like to address Trustee Edding's question?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I can tell you from this perspective that when we purchased the property, we knew about the sunsetting mining claims, right, or the right to quarry, and planned that in our strategy to develop. And we've always thought that would make a great hospitality site. And even with the hotel going on in town, we still think it's a viable hospitality site. However, the majority of the hospitality partners that we've talked to felt like once you get above the second floor, if you're just staring out at it, even though the valley is beautiful, and of course to the west is beautiful, but as you look south, once you get above the second floor, you're looking straight at the plant. And I think, most people felt like it going away would really much more incentivize their desire. It's an incredible valley, as you all know better than I do. So I think it definitely does impact the south side. Probably not as much on the north side, but of course the two really work well in companion together to develop. So, it certainly has an impact and would, particularly if it's there for 15 years, right? Or at least another 15 years, or as they have contended indefinitely.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Could I add on to that?
Sure.
So Mr. Tamburello, this is what has me, this is where I'm concerned. The issue is about Dow flats and the pouring of Dow flats. And CEMEX has made it clear that they can continue on with the plant indefinitely, even if they don't have the ability to quarry Dow flats. And so we don't really know if that's a true statement on their behalf. They're talking about either bringing the materials that they need in via train or truck, etc. So even if Dow Flats does not get approved, you still don't know what's going to happen on the south side.
That's correct. That is correct.
And so how does that affect you, not knowing?
Well, yeah, the not knowing affects us for sure. I mean, development inherently is all about risk, and this just adds to that risk factor. And which is also why, Bart Loring is on the call as well as my business partner, Renee Doubleday. And together with Bart's wife, Sarah, we have sort of created this group, the Good Neighbor Group. And, if the board would like to have Bart speak to that question about whether or not they could, truck in all the materials, he's done a tremendous amount of homework on it, if it's appropriate at this time or not. I know it certainly will be part of our call on Thursday, or the Zoom that we're hosting. But if there are some questions, Bart and Sarah being neighbors directly backing up to the plant, they've done a tremendous amount of due diligence before they bought their home, and hired professionals to help them do that due diligence and thinking about what they were getting into. And so they definitely have a lot of really important and valuable information, I think.
Would the board like to hear from Mr. Loring? Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks, trustees, Mayor Rogan, Administrator Simonson. I guess to the question the trustee Edding posed around the certainty of the continuity of plant operations. As Paul indicated, I've done an immense amount of financial analysis on the scenarios put forth. And, on the surface, when presented with two choices, right, 15 years or indefinite, the knee-jerk reaction is to take the certain safe choice, the 15-year choice. But when you actually analyze it from a very cold financial perspective, looking at the market, looking at rational analysis, and also understanding how large Fortune 500 companies think, operate, negotiate, you sort of come to a different conclusion. My analysis has actually shown that the most profitable option on the table for CEMEX is 15 years of continued mining. Fortune 500 companies don't put out proposals that are less profitable than alternatives. And if you step back and think about it, it's essentially a free option for them. They have nothing to lose by putting out this option, this proposal, other than the consulting fees and the application fees to make the gambit, right? Worst case scenario, the proposal gets denied and they're in no worse shape than they were before. If you look at the actual cost of trucking in material by rail, and then producing it, the economics become not viable. In fact, my analysis shows that the net present value over a 15-year period, meaning the cumulative cash flow, is minimal. It's probably likely unprofitable in the long duration. By granting a 15-year extension, we're essentially creating a very substantial asset for CEMEX, where the future cash flows for 15 years are very, very healthy. Ergo, the 12 to $15 million gift to Boulder County Open Space in exchange for this. I'm happy to go into detail on all the assumptions underlying these models, but I've been analyzing it for quite some time, and I have a high degree of confidence that the 15-year option is actually quite lucrative for CEMEX compared to the indefinite operation possibility. And I'm happy to answer more questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Loring. Would you be willing to give us a 30, 45 second backgrounder on you and your background and your experience?
Sure. So I've been an entrepreneur investor for about 30 years. Started 4 different companies, sold 3 of them, one's still active. Been a venture capitalist as well. So I've invested in a lot of early stage companies and had about 12 of them result in $1 billion plus outcomes. Conducted multiple dozens of M&A transactions across the globe, and scaled businesses to from 0 to several hundred people. So numbers and financial analysis and sort of high stakes negotiation are my stock and trade, and that's my background in short.
Thank you. So anybody have any thoughts or additional questions for Mr. Loring? Trustee Williams, please.
Yeah, Mr. Loring, just what's your personal opinion as to how long they would operate if in fact Dow Flats closes?
Well, I think it depends on their stockpile. If I were in their shoes, I would have been stockpiling significantly because they knew it was a 20-year mine. So they should have been stockpiling and shipping materials over the pipe to the plant and storing materials. My estimate is that based upon that stockpile, it could be 6 months, 9 months. There also is an element of game theory here, in the sense of they need to show that if there's indeed a veracity to their claims that they can operate indefinitely, they need to operate indefinitely to make the population scared of that. So I do think that they might truck in while they continue to negotiate past the September 30th deadline. My guess, a year, maybe a little more before they ultimately blink.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Okay.
I just want to
Yes.
be clear on one thing, Mr. Lang. Now, do you own property next to CEMEX?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Okay, and did you? Okay, I just want to leave it at that. Okay, but you do own property next to it. All right, thank you.
Okay. So I think where we are then is what is the wish of the board? Do we want to move forward asking for that delay until October for the reasons given? So I'll just do round robin here. Trustee Delman.
Yeah, I think putting it off till October is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Elson, then Trustee Williams.
Yes, I would agree to ask for the extension.
Okay. Trustee Williams, then Trustee Edding.
I agree to ask for the extension.
Terrific. Trustee Edding, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I agree to obviously ask for the extension. I do have a concern though. I'm starting to believe that Boulder County and CMAX have done a lot of negotiations up until this point, and I think a lot of water is already underneath the bridge. I'm losing confidence that we have a lot of power here. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and then Attorney Dittman.
Pardon me, actually, if it's okay, I'd love to hear from Attorney Tippman.
Just hearing Trustee Edding's concern, maybe a way to do this, and a suggestion, not putting words in its mouth, is that, you would request an extension till October, but if that extension is not granted, then your recommendation is denial for lack of ability to review.
Actually, thank you so much, Attorney Dittman. I do think we should have language in there if it is not granted, that we make some statement. And it could be denial. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go around again and discuss Attorney Dittman's suggestion.
Well, if I'm the last one, then I actually am going to say that I agree. And I think having a statement of, if it's a denial, it's lack of a lack of our having the ability to have solid input.
I have a little bit different of an opinion. I am thinking that we ask for the extension and then cross the denial bridge when we come to it. So if they come back and say, no, you may not have an extension, then at our next meeting or perhaps a special meeting, we discuss denial. But I'm not sure strategically that's kind of giving them our answer, and we haven't had a chance to discuss it as a community, if that makes sense. So other thoughts on the matter, Trustee Williams?
I find it frustrating that we actually have so little power here. I think what Mr. Tamarillo and Mr. Lorang are telling us is, in fact, very accurate. I am not particularly pleased with the negotiations that apparently have taken place, of which we are not privy. And I also understand that tipping our hand right now is not necessarily a good thing, but if it is denied, I would say absolutely a special meeting, whatever has to be done, because the more I hear, the less I am in favor of granting the extension on Dow Flats, though there's not a whole lot we can apparently do about it.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I wouldn't call it necessarily tipping our hand because we have not had an opportunity to listen to the community yet. So, other thoughts, Trustee Delman?
So by asking for the extension into October, what does that really get us? Are we able to get a little bit more of our opinion into the ring, or is that what we're looking for?
My belief is that with the extension, we'll be able to get the input of our boards and commissions, of our community, and to learn how how this aligns with or does not align with our comp plan, which is in process.
Okay. Okay, that's everything. Thanks.
Okay. So it sounds to me like our direction is to ask for the October extension, or perhaps demand the October extension, without saying, if you don't give us the extension, we're just going to say no, because we don't know whether that is the case or not. If that's correct, could you just give me a thumbs up? God, thank you. I really hate Zoom, you guys. Okay, so Administrator Simonson, is that sufficient for you?
It is. I have a referral form, and then I'm hearing also we'd like to send maybe on letterhead the same message to the commissioners.
Yes.
Requesting more than just a referral, potentially even asking for some meetings.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have what I need to respond by the 10th.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Tamburello and Mr. Luring. Appreciate it.
Pleasure being with you tonight. You're doing good work, people. I always love these meetings.
You do?
Well, I mean, I just have a lot of respect for volunteering all your energy and time to build towns, right? It's a beautiful thing to watch.
Oh, thank you. We have a great board. We're really lucky.
Really do.
Good seeing you again.
Take care all.
Good night. Okay, so next item is follow up to our goals and priorities.
Before we do that, what's the AV score? They still,
It's
Overtime.
5-5, they're in overtime.
okay,
So
thank you.
It's sudden death.
Okay, so.
Don't forget Trustee Datsy.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, we'll get her back.
Maybe
You want
we
me
can
to-
take a brief pause until we can get her online.
Yeah. Yes. Watch the hockey game.
That's probably what she's doing. Let's see.
Really? She's Canadian. She better be doing that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll wait. Oops. Right. Huh. He's here.
There she is.
Okay. All right. This is talking about.
Trustee Dachi, we're on Board of Trustees goals and priorities, and welcome back. Okay, thank you.
All right, I do want to preface this with, this is by no means a final document, but more of a skeleton for us to decide how you want to work from. What we did was we went ahead and took the 5 top goals that the Board of Trustees identified at your retreat and put those into the darkened headings regarding strengthening economic development, which really has several components to it that you discussed. Annexation and build out of the Eastern Corridor, wildfire mitigation, improving safety and walkability, and then improving trail connections. So to let the audience or the public know what is going on, the board was asked to identify priorities they'd like to get accomplished in this 2-year term. And for anyone who has worked in government, 2 years goes very quick. So as the community is finalizing the comp plan for our 10-year vision, we wanted to identify where does the board want staff and the boards and commissions to spend their time. And so this is a beginning to that. And we need to set some metrics now and then get this out to the boards and commissions to fine tune, set some action strategies, some dates, and measurements to get back to the board by. So I just wanted to get this out there, see if this is in line with what you're thinking, or how you would, if you have input on how you want to move this forward.
All right, thank you, and thank you for the work on this.
Sure.
Anybody have any input or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think this is really great. So I just want to thank you. A couple of small little thoughts. I was wondering if we could have somewhere at the end or the bottom the names of the people with their initials.
Sure. Yeah. The staff ones, I thought of that.
Yeah. Because I was going through and I was trying to remember who some of these were, and I couldn't. So,
Sure.
And we have some new people. And then a couple of things that I actually, in some recent conversations, have had with some people. when I was a couple of times, but then it came up also over the weekend at the art fair. And I think that we need to consider a public relations element of what we are doing. There still seems to be this odd sense that we do business behind closed doors and that things come up and they're out of the blue. And while I don't believe that any of that is true, in fact, I know it's not, but nonetheless, we have a negative perception, and it does arise. And it seems pervasive, and it came from people that I didn't expect it to come from, which bothered me. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could perhaps consider incorporating that in here. I'm not exactly sure where, to evaluate and to think if we can come up with some solutions. I have some ideas, but I don't think it's a difficult one. I just think that it's maybe a reworking of some process a little bit. So that was something I wanted to suggest. And then another one I wanted to suggest was, what can we do to think about morale for staff? And, you know, what would town hall and the people that work there like or need to feel supported, appreciated? What can we be doing to help staff feel good about their jobs and the future, and want to come to work enthusiastically, you know, and be proud of their work? So that's something that, you know, maybe we could also add, because I think that it's been a really, really difficult couple of years. And anything that we can do to improve that, I think that's a priority. It's really important, because we can't do the jobs that we're doing tonight if it weren't for our staff.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Mayor Pro Tem. Both of those items, they're both really important, and they both definitely need to be addressed. I'm not sure the context of our 2-year goals is exactly the right format for it. I will say that I heard the same things this weekend and have been hearing the same things about lack of transparency. And so I actually, Victoria and I had a chat, was that just today, about the possibility of doing something like a Tuesday morning recap email blast, or just something that documents exactly what's happening during our meetings, so that people can have more of a sense of what's going on without having to sit here all night. So just so you know, that's in process. And then I think maybe at our next meeting, Administrator Simonson could come back to us with some ideas for both that sort of PR aspect and also for the staff morale. I kind of don't like that word, doesn't seem right necessarily, but how do we make the staff happier? How about that? Okay. So, but in terms of these priorities, I guess what we're looking for is this what you expected to see? Do they align with what you remember? And are there any changes we would like to make? Trustee Edding?
Yeah, I was just going to add, as far as staff morale, that's directly linked to staff retention, which is directly linked to economic sustainability. Obviously, staff turnover is extremely expensive to the town. The amount of retraining and the loss of tribal knowledge is just enormously expensive. Everybody in the private industry, we all do exercises. Do we look at risks of different employees? If they leave, how much it's going to cost us, how much we would lose in revenue, etc. We can't exactly do that with the town, but it fits very, very much under economic sustainability. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Anybody else have any input? Trustee Williams.
Thank you for your work on this. I think it very much captures exactly what we were talking about. And I think Trustee Edding is right. And I believe that's why number one is number one. What is the percentage by which we need to increase those revenues, and exactly how do we accomplish that? And just while we're there, trying to help the population at large to understand the processes. These meetings are not going to be the places where people are going to discover that. So I laud you on coming up with the idea of a Tuesday morning short blast saying this is what was accomplished. And of course, the most important thing that we can do to change that is for this board to act with integrity, which is what I love seeing thus far in our work together.
Thank you.
I do have a question for the board. Above the 5 main goals you guys identified there, that last page has like 6 more. Do you want me to go forward and try to break those down a little further into some measurable actions? And then I think the next step is to figure out how we get this communicated. I think when the mayor and I are planning to meet with the board and commission chairs, I think that's a good place to take this and start identifying which boards we have which expectations for. And I think that's the next logical step with this. And then I would love, I mean, we can put this on a shared drive of some sort. And if people want to add to it, or that's fine, or you can always send me something as well. But I'd like to get this filled out completely and then start looking at it every quarter and seeing how we're working toward our progress.
That's fantastic. And are you talking about a collaborative document on a shared drive? Yeah, I think if we track changes, if we can do that and track changes, I think that would be terrific.
Yeah, I just need to find what document that is that everybody can use.
Trustee Dati.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was curious about the communication piece because the next EVC meeting is June 15th, and I see them down here several times on the first sheet. And I'm just wondering if it's something I can already start discussing with them at the next meeting, or is this something we need to wait on? Just a little direction.
Well, I think that's where you guys need to decide is, do we want to fine tune this another step or two further before we do that? Or get out to the chairs of those groups with your main ideas so that they know they may have projects above and beyond, but these are some things you really want them to concentrate on so we can complete them in the next couple of years.
My suggestion might be to preview this document with them. I take it that the agenda for the next meeting has already been set. So preview this document with them and say, here, take a look. This is what we're working on, just so you know what might be coming at you for the rest of the year.
And then the other item is that there's several boards and commissions that don't have a goal on here. I really saw that these were focused on a lot on economic vitality and walkability and trails. And so do we want, in talking with the chairs when we get that scheduled, is coming up with a mechanism that we make sure everyone has an action step toward one of these goals, if I'm on target.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we also take their input. Maybe they have more ideas. So I think working collaboratively is great.
Okay, so I will continue to fine tune this with the input you gave me. Try to add a communication or somehow public relations component to every one of them. That would be good as well. And then I'll work with the mayor on coming up with the way to communicate this with the chairs.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
Yes, I think that's interesting. Administrator Simonson, you definitely mentioned that not all the boards are on here, and having had the ecology board present to us earlier today, there are probably though areas that they would be particularly interested in based on what we have in here. So, Martin Parcel, for example, and the St. Vrain Trail extension. And so they're definitely going to want to be a part of those areas and helping, also giving them guidance of kind of what it is we're looking for from them. So it would be useful, each of us, I think, to go and say, okay, if you don't see yourself on here, how do you want to fit in?
Great. Trustee Williams?
Yeah, I believe we're better off sticking with this document pretty much as is, without fleshing out the 6 at the bottom, just because I'm afraid that takes us away from what we have clearly identified as our first 5 priorities. I think taking it as is to the commissions, though, lets them know what the other areas are, and so that as they weigh in as well, we may discover that they would put some of those last 6 at a higher priority. If that's the case, then it might be worth the staff's time to go ahead and flesh those out a little bit better. But at this point, I'd rather it's 2 years. A month has already gone by. I'd rather keep us focused.
Yeah. Thank you. Trustee Delman, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, it's, I don't know if you're quite finished with this. It's a slightly different topic. So do you want to finish this?
Yeah, and trustee reports are coming up. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I had it originally for my trustee report, but then I thought it kind of related to this. So I was going to throw it in, but I'll just keep it for my trustee report.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Administrator Simonson, do you feel like you have the direction that you need? Okay. Great. So, Trustee Delman, would you like to kick us off for trustee reports?
I can. So there are 2 things that I think I would like to see happen if possible. The one is if it's possible to limit building height. I know the new hotel is going to be, I think, 40 feet. And I like to see it stay kind of as a small town. And when you start getting a lot of buildings that are that tall, I don't think it has the same feel anymore. So that's one thing that I am interested in. And the other thing is, I think it would be, I don't know if there's a way to find money to hire another sheriff. Because I do think we would be better off with having another sheriff at quite a bit of the time.
Okay. So, so it sounds like you're requesting agenda items. So, and that's totally fine. So I would, we'll have Clerk Vasquez note that for our future agenda setting discussions. And in the meantime, perhaps ask Sergeant Christ his opinion on whether an additional deputy is warranted. And maybe get some data, some crime data. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll have Trustee Williams and then Trustee Dottie.
I serve at the Historic Preservation Commission, and they've had no additional meetings since the time of the last report. Scheduled a meeting on Wednesday.
Great, thank you. Trustee Dottie and then Mayor Pro Tem.
will try and speak loudly. Can you hear me? Okay, good. And try not to yell. So the Housing and Human Services Commission has not met since the last BOT meeting. We'll be meeting on Monday, June 13th at 3:30. And I'm hoping that Town Administrator Simonson will be able to join us so that we can review the criteria for qualifying candidates for the Summit Housing Project, the guidelines, the contracts, the timeline, all of that. The EVC, the Economic Vitality Commission, met on May 18th. And because we had already discussed our priorities, I was able to let them know that one of our top 5 was one that corresponded to one in the comp plan. It's ED3. We had talked about prioritizing the attraction and retention of businesses and services that allow Lyons residents to meet more of their daily needs close to home. You can see these reflected in this calendar here, especially under essential services in town. So we talked about some of their ideas. I was really happy to hear some feedback from them about the amazing energy from the town of Lyons. That's a direct quote. So kudos to staff for creating that amazing energy that the businesses feel and appreciate. And, you know, they mentioned infrastructure, including parking and signage. And so they were definitely behind the Reimagine Destinations grant that includes $20,000 in direct marketing support. So hopefully that will answer our wayfaring needs. And I think they really like the idea behind the Main Street manager, because we can learn so much from other small towns and what they're accomplishing. So we talked a lot about having a board retreat with the Main Street consultant. And we have an open seat on the commission. So if anybody knows of a local business owner who has some marketing savvy and is young and local and has time on their hands, those are the kinds of traits they're looking for. And besides that, I was really happy to attend the grand reopening of Highway 7 with Mayor Rogan. I stayed for the tour later on and actually was able to fully appreciate all that goes into the reopening of a highway. It's not just the paving process, which is what they're starting now, but actually since Labor Day weekend, they've been working on rock scaling, and they've been working on guardrails, and they've been working on the river. A lot of it has to do with the river and making sure the river can ebb and flow and grow and breathe, and so many things I didn't fully appreciate. But every time I drive down Highway 7 now, I will definitely appreciate all the work that has been done. And I know we have a cyclist here, Trustee Delman. You'll be happy to know there's a 4-foot shoulder on your way up to Estes Park that has been planned.
Thank you, Trustee Doughty. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Trustee Elson.
Thank you. So PCDC, right now it is comp plan. And the next open house meeting, I think that Administrator Simonson really did a beautiful job of outlining this in her report. So definitely go and reference that. But some highlights, the 16th, which is next Thursday, we will be hosting our next open house. It is going to be in person at the library. There are several meetings that are taking place. 2 of them are one is going to be at noon, and I believe that's hybrid. So, and the other one is at 5 o'clock. These 2 meetings are specifically for the stakeholders and our boards and commissions. So one is a hybrid and the other one is in person. That is not necessary for you to attend unless you want to as a liaison, but it is not a requirement of Board of Trustees. Ideally, it would be nice though if all of us could attend in person for the 7 o'clock presentation by Clarion. They're going to first kind of discuss where the comp plan process is and what the framework is really looking like, and then talking about the growth area scenarios and seeking the input. And this one is really important. It is land use, and what do we want and what do we not want. So we feel that right now summertime is a difficult time to get participation, and so while this one is, I think, super important, anything that you can do to encourage your commissions to participate will be great. I'll be sending out an invitation to all of the commission chairs. But if you wanted to follow up, that would be ideal, and encourage them to be a part of this as much as possible. The next then public meeting is scheduled for the end of August, early September. That would be really a draft of the final. And then the goal for Clarion is to have this to us for adoption by December. I have expressed to them that I think that's ambitious, because we will be going through a budgeting of all, new for all of us, the majority of us. And so, hopefully we can get that done, but that's kind of the timeline as it stands currently. So just kind of be aware of that. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the fire task force. And I believe, I think Administrator Simonson, I saw it in here. However, I'm going to go ahead and talk about it. June the 25th from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. This is our second annual, it's a tree limb / drop off. It's over at, in front of the utilities building. And last year people brought a carload full in their trunk to literally trailers full of debris that they brought. I think we had one trailer came back 4 times. It was really impressive. And this is about mitigation. So mitigating your own property as much as possible. We had a great tree limb pickup around town. And then it snowed and branches broke. So if anything is left over that you would like to take, you can. One of the biggest things, though, is we need volunteers. There are 5 volunteers in the morning, but she needs more volunteers in the afternoon. And this might be a good BOT thing to do if you're free in the afternoon from like noon to 3. To help. It's not hard work. You're directing traffic and then talking to people. You don't actually have to pull limbs off trailers unless you want to. But it's a really cool way to get to know the community. I did it last year. I'm hoping to do it this year, but I'm not sure yet. So I think some challenges, though, it's volunteer work. And right now we have one person who has spent a lot of time doing this. Her name is Kristen Johnson, scheduling this and with the town. And it's really hard. And so if we really want to have a good mitigation program, I think we need to set aside some time to work on this a little bit more. And, so I'm going to request that we do another round of meetings with the fire department and Administrator Simonson and perhaps PCDC again, and then bring it forward again. So it's not easy. And there's a lot of work that can be done. So maybe that's something that we could work on. And I'll follow up in an email. Maybe we could set up a meeting for that. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Trustee Elson.
Hi, so the SFC hasn't had a meeting since we last had our meeting. Our meeting is actually this Thursday, so I'll have a report on that after our next board meeting. And the EAB, its meeting was at the auditorium, which the students did a fantastic job presenting all the work they did throughout the year. It was really good to see. I learned a lot. I was really shocked. I want my son to be in that program next year, I already told him. But yeah, so that was about it. Nice and quick and easy. Look at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Edding, what's the score?
Oh, the Avs won in overtime. So,
Thank you.
yeah, real quick here. I don't believe the UEB met. I understand there was some meeting in Nebraska. I would have to defer to Aaron if there's any UEB update that's worthwhile here.
We're meeting on the 8th. So
Okay, yeah. So the meeting's on the 8th. Okay, then the only other thing is the student advisory committee is trying to get restarted. Miss Maya Kaplan is trying to rally friends in town to get that started. The only other thing that I did was I had the opportunity to go to the Heil Ranch grand reopening with Mayor Rogan. It was fantastic. I assume just like the Highway 7, there's a lot of work that went into that effort that you didn't quite realize. And Boulder County did a really impressive job. And then kind of ended it with a weird bit about they're going to close the parking lot at noon. That they wanted everybody to understand that there's still issues with flooding in the area because of the fire. It was closed because of the fire. And so in order for safety, the parking lot will be open from early in the morning until noon and then closing at noon. So that was that. Were you guys able to walk the river for the new trail? Okay, and I missed that. But if anybody can talk about that, that would be great.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Edding. I'll echo the weird bit at the end with Heil. I think the whole point of taking us on the tour is they really do want the community to know about that parking lot closure and that it's for everybody's safety, including the safety of first responders and the folks who work at the park. So they did ask us to express that to our communities. So I have been busy. The LAHC hasn't met. I did go to the Metro Mayor's Caucus mid-year retreat, which was at the Denver Art Museum. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stay the whole day. That was Griffin Ferguson's memorial, so I came back early, but it was a great group of people. I learned that the most favorite perk about being a mayor is that you get a parking pass that you can use anywhere in Denver. So that's exciting. I went to the Out Boulder County Garden Party last night and it was fabulous. Lions is having a really warm welcome being out in the community. And what I hear over and over again from so many people is, I love Lions. I love coming to Lions. You're so lucky. So that's always great to hear. And I have one question and one request. I personally have not met our code enforcement officer, Zach, yet. And I wonder if we can have him come to a meeting just to say hi to the board so that the board knows who he is and he can meet us. And then I've been meaning to bring this up since we were seated, and it goes along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about. I wonder how people feel about having a rotating monthly tea with trustees, maybe on a Sunday afternoon, where two of us sit down at the Stone Cup and people can come and talk to us. You can think about it. Maybe I'll have Administrator Simons and send out an email to see who's interested in joining me in doing that. But I think being accessible to the community is important. And that is it for me. And Trustee Edding, I'll get with you to fill you in on the St. Vrain extension tour stuff. Okay. All right. Next up is staff reports. Flood recovery manager.
Evening, everybody. I'll make this as quick as possible, but I will give you a little extra detail on the Broadway project. So just to start, the 4th and Evans Pet Bridge, we are working with the structural engineer on a new placement for the caisson that failed specifications because there was a void. And that will be at the cost of the contractor. It's not an added cost to us. But we're just working back and forth with the structural on the placement of that new caisson. And we did adjust the bridge 3 feet to the south because it was in conflict with the existing retaining wall on the south bank. And so that also, they also have to make some adjustments on the spread footer abutment that will go on the north bank. So we're just waiting for some design changes before the contractor comes back out. But really what we have left is the bridge and the approaches and some final work on the trail and final items along the sidewalks and stuff. But we're about 60–70% complete on this project. So hopefully we're going to see the contractor mobilizing back out here in the next 2 weeks or so. The LOMAR, which is the letter of map revision for the floodplain mapping, we are working on getting some funding for this project, and it's a requirement with the state and the county that we move forward with getting a LOMAR for all the recovery work that we did in the stream and on the stream bank. It may change the floodway and floodplain mapping with the work that we did. So we are working on obtaining funding for that. The advanced payback, we haven't done much since the last time we spoke. We have paid back 3.1 of the 9.5 million. Still waiting for FEMA to close out over 30 projects and reimburse us for those before we reimburse our share of the payback of the advance money we received from the state. The trail extension project, that is, we are kicking off design, and right now the design consultant is working on right away and environmental clearance. And I feel like we had towards the end a positive meeting with a couple of the business owners that will be along the trail, and we'll be meeting with Highland Ditch on seeing if we can work with them on an alternate trail alignment. And then the Black Bear Hole, the Gold Coat project, which is the Black Bear Hole improvements and the trailhead at 2nd Avenue. That contractor is making some progress. They've gotten most of the irrigation in. There's still some irrigation work. Hopefully this week, we're going to see the foundation go in for the restroom and some drainage structures going in. And this weekend, we have volunteers coming in and planting some of the trees and shrubs, which is a requirement of the grant that we do that. So that will be on Saturday. So hopefully you're seeing some progress and it's taking shape, but it is delayed. We want it to be completed with this project at the end of June. The contractor is saying they'll be completed at the end of July. So we're at a delay there. And then circling back to the Broadway project, we're at 30% design there. That has been submitted to CDOT for their review and comments. And we have a meeting with them on the 15th where they'll give us comments back on the design. And then we'll know if we have to make any changes to move forward to 90%. And then they'll have to do another review. So that's just part of the process with CDOT. There has been quite a bit of discussion about the potential of putting in what they call a Woo-Nerf street. And I'm going to share my screen on Railroad Avenue. And this is also another term for it is a living street. And it is a shared road for vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles, any type of multimodal trail is basically what it is. So with this CDOT project, we were required, can you guys see this map here? Yeah, okay. So with the CDOT project, we are required to provide a multimodal trail and connect to our existing corridor trail. If you do not complete the intent of the project or the scope of the project, then you potentially could lose your funding. So this was, I would like to just quickly go over our options that we went over with the prior board. We also had a public meeting about this. And this to kind of explain how we came to the option of the shared street. So hopefully you guys can see my cursor, but this red line here was the preferred option originally, to have a trail go along the highway here. There's several constraints about having it along Highway 36. First of all, I'm not sure if you can see this kind of fuchsia or hot pink outline here. That is property lines, and part of this proposed alignment is on private property. Anytime you're dealing with CDOT funding, you have to follow their processes. So to go through an acquisition, even though I'm sure the fire, because this is the fire station here, would probably work with the town, you still have to go through the CDOT process, which can take 6 months to a year. In addition, you have a huge grade change along here where there's a drainage system here. So that would require retaining walls, which can be very costly. And finally, you do have that drainage system in here that would have to be studied and potentially redesigned and moved. And so that's just more money as well. So coming around down 3rd Avenue to Railroad, this bright green line here was another proposed option to put a sidewalk here. And again, we're running into private property. And so you have to go through the acquisition process, and you're also running into private property on the road here. And again, there's a grade change where the earth, it goes up. So you'd have to, again, put in retaining walls, which can be quite costly as well. So then the designer proposed this shared road concept. It's called WooNerf, and it's something that has been utilized in many European countries since the 60s or 70s. They're proposing that we make this a 5-mile-an-hour road here, and they're putting in what they call chicanes, or making it kind of a curvy road to promote slower speeds. And this would be a one-way road going from east to west. And that decision was made just knowing a lot of people travel this road to get to the post office here. And then usually once they leave the post office, they kind of shoot out this way or that way. So that was a thought on that one way. However, all other traffic, pedestrians and bicycles will be able to travel both ways on this road. And these light blue areas here next to the road would be what they call pedestrian safe zones. So if you see a car coming or something, you can step off into the safe zone here. And there's a lot of things we can do. We're only in 30% design, so there's a lot of things we can do along here to protect if pedestrians step off into these zones. We can do planters, we can do bollards. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. We're just at the conceptual design here. And then you do have kind of a speed bump at the entrances also to tell cars to slow down along here. So really there's been a lot of thought put into this. It's definitely a different point of view and a different way of looking at things, but it's these WooNerf streets are being actually, they're kind of becoming more popular in newer developments in cities and towns. And so I have reached out to the city of Boulder and the city of Louisville to see if they have any feedback from communities where they've implemented this type of street. And if they have any data on safety any feedback on safety. So I'm kind of waiting to hear back from them, but just wanted to give you guys some background and just, if there's any questions or concerns, please let us know and we'll try and address them the best we can. But we do have to come up with something to complete this project, and we are limited on the funding that we have. So kind of a little background on that.
Thank you so much. Would you mind unsharing your screen?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you. Oh, no, it's fine. Okay, so questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for that presentation. I'm kind of curious. I think we've seen some emails come in of people asking about the need for a traffic study. Would that be required? And then, it's always hard to visualize space, I think, and even one-way traffic. But what does if pedestrians and cyclists can go both ways? How is that done safely? And I get what you've shown a little bit in terms of the color lines, but that is still hard to visualize. And so I'm just trying to think of ways to think about this project in a positive way, but that we are addressing some of the concerns that people are raising about sidewalks and safety and feasibility.
Well, I'd like to say that the traffic study is not required. Essentially, this is a very narrow road too, so to get two-lane traffic in there and a sidewalk is difficult. But essentially that road is being used like this concept now. I mean, we have pedestrians and bicyclists and cars, two-way cars going up and down this road together all the time because there's no sidewalk at all. So we're just enhancing it for what we've already been utilizing it for. But yeah, there's different ways. There's signs, like I said, there's bollards you can do. But there's, you're going to have 5 mile per hour speed limits. And like I said, during the winding or chicanes in the road, promote slower speeds. So there's a lot of things like that we can do. Like I said, that's detail too, that we could, that's what you kind of more look at when you get to 90%. So I think there's options there. So.
Administrator Simonson, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to add that I think it's actually what is being suggested reduces the amount of potential interactions. Right now, we have people walking in the middle of the street or down that road with two-way traffic going 20 miles an hour. This would be one-way traffic going 5 to 10 to be realistic. And yeah, we have looked at options and the others are so costly and so timely. And that project's already short funded. So anyway, no, Tracy covered it.
Great. Other questions? I have a question. So I've seen and I'm not going to pronounce it right, so I'm not going to try, but I've seen the one that's in Boulder, at Boulder Junction. And I've driven down it and I've walked down it. There's not a lot of traffic on it. It seems perfectly fine to me. I wonder, when you go to the communities to ask about them, can you get safety data? So can you ask for how many interactions have there been between bikes and pedestrians or bikes and cars, so that we can bring that back?
Absolutely. I mean, so far I've heard back from the city of Boulder. They really don't have any safety data. I wanted to see if they have any comments or feedback from their communities. So they gave me one more person to reach out to, and then I'm meeting with someone else on Friday from Boulder. And then I'm waiting to hear from someone from Louisville, but absolutely. I know that one of the proposed options from a community member is to have a one-way straight lane and like a separate lane for the bicycles and the pedestrians, and that is an option. I think when it was discussed with staff and the engineers, the thought is if you have a straight road that promotes higher speeds. So having something that's more like this promotes lower speeds, and that's based on traffic studies and stuff like that. So, but again, I'd have to talk to the engineers because we're also trying to avoid private property. Yeah, also with this windy road, so we would have to see if that would be an option as well. Just because we want to avoid that 6 months to a year acquisition process we have to go through with that. So, but yes, safety, we will try and get some information on that if we can.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tracy? No? Great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, administrators report.
Trustee Daddy has her hand up.
I am so sorry, Trustee Daddy.
That's okay. It was a physical hand. I didn't get to the raise hand.
You didn't pop to the top of my screen.
Sorry, that's my mistake. No, I was just wondering if there is any chance or any hope that the safe routes to school and the 4th Avenue Bridge will be open in time for the start of school, mid-August.
I am hoping. I haven't asked the contractor for an updated schedule as of yet until they get remobilized, and then I would like to get a schedule from them. But I think until they know what direction they're going, they can't really give me an updated schedule. But I have emphasized that we really want to have this open by August for the school. So I will keep pushing that agenda for sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. I know that it's getting late, but there are some things I need a nod from you guys on. First of all, Mayor Pro Tem did a great job on all the comp plan meetings coming up, but there is also a joint meeting that Planning Commission wants to have with the Board of Trustees. It's actually a requirement twice a year. So that's currently scheduled July 11th. I did put a 1-pager in your packet of all the upcoming meetings for the month. So hopefully that's helpful to you if you want to print it and hang it on your desk or your fridge or whatever. And that is included on there. I have exciting news from both of our, I'm sorry, lose my voice here. From both of our congressmen, Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett have both confirmed that they have submitted our Lions project for congressional directed spending. Now, what this means, I know they had over 500 applicants, and Senator Bennett is really, really excited to submit the gap we have in our Broadway Avenue funding. And so he has submitted that, as well as Senator Hickenlooper. They both have submitted that one. And then Senator Hickenlooper has also submitted the funding we need to complete the St. Vrain Trail. So this isn't a done deal yet. They said now it has to go through the THUD committee, whatever that is, THUD. And it can still get kicked out, but to even be selected as one of their, 15 projects statewide to go in is impressive. So I want to thank Kim, especially for her work on those applications, and for both of them for their support locally. There was a question, and we're going to talk about this next time, I think. What is the election schedule if you guys want to put a question on the November ballot? And basically, we need to know by the end of July if we think we're going to have something for the county to save space on the ballot. All of this is in more detail in my report, of course, but I do want you to know we followed up on a few of these things. big personnel updates in there. We heard about another grant this week. Longmont, Firestone, and Lyons applied together to the EPA for a Brownsfield grant. And it was actually a requirement of the larger communities to choose 2 small communities to go in with them. And so Longmont chose Lyons and Firestone. We did get awarded our little tri-group a $2 million grant. So now we hear from CDPHE on which of the projects we submitted that they're interested in funding. But for the town, we had submitted demolition of the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant, the removal of the tank on 4th Avenue, cleanup of Tamburello's property. It could be public or private, but we had submitted several. So they said we'll be hearing from the state on which Lyons project they liked. So I'm assuming they know which one they want. Okay, a couple of things I just need to make you aware of. We have in our COVID emergency declaration that I can assist businesses if it will help them be successful during the pandemic. I received a request on Friday from the Prickly Pear. They wanted to know if they could host a farmer's market Sunday mornings from 9 to 2 outside on their patio to help their business. And so I did give them permit. I just have to inform you guys I did it. So I'm letting you know that I did approve that between now and Labor Day on Sundays only, unless there's a problem. Otherwise, if they want to do something like that long term, it has to go through conditional use review with Planning Commission. So we will be having a little farmer's market every Sunday, which I think is great. And it will be outdoors, so it fits the COVID thing. There were several questions about the ball fields and why they're being locked. I did send out an email today from Lisa giving much more detail about that. I think you're going to be seeing that they will be open now much more regularly. And now that the fields are done, the only time we really need to be locking them is if they've been prepped for games and we don't want to destroy those lines before a game. But there's a full memo in your box about that. And then there was one more nod I need. The staff would like to apply for a grant that's called the Reimagine Destination Grant that's put out by Colorado Tourism Office. We would like to apply for $20,000. There's no local match for it. So, but before I apply for grants, I'm supposed to get everybody's okay. This will not take significant staff time, but is set up to enhance a visitor's experience in your community. So it will involve an assessment and some consultation and some tourism money. Any problem with me submitting that grant? Doesn't mean we're accepting it if we get it, just submitting it. Okay. All right. And then I think there's just there's a June newsletter came out. Big thing, Sandstone Summer Concert Series start this Wednesday night. They're Wednesdays instead of Thursdays at 6:30. We'll have them now through August 10th, so please come down and join us. There's a big display down at the regional library this week called the Eyes of Freedom. It's an art display about veterans' contributions and done in an artistic manner. And then we're happy to announce that what used to be the Y bus is returning to Lyons soon. I think it'll be next week. 2 trips in the morning, 2 in the late afternoon to Boulder and back. So those are kind of the highlights, and the Redstone Museum is now open for the season as well. So I'm losing my voice and I think I'm done.
Well, maybe if there are questions, let's see if we can make them yes or no questions for Administrator Simmons and Trustee Dati.
Okay, I will try and make this a yes or no question. Can you tell me if the water will be turned on at Bowen Park and Laverne Johnson Park soon?
Yes, it was supposed to be turned on by Memorial Day weekend, so I don't know where that disconnect happened. But it should be on. They were turned off during COVID because of viral transmission. But at this point, I had expressed that if people are that concerned about using a faucet, they won't, or they'll carry their own towelette to sanitize it. So they were supposed to have been on. I'm not quite sure till I meet with Dave why that didn't happen.
I just saw a lot of parched people at the artisan market, and so
I'm sorry,
I found
yes.
a water cooler, and luckily Kim found a water cooler in the
Cooler.
storage unit, and so
Yeah.
we were able to fill those up from the little storage area.
Yeah, those should have been on for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was hard.
No.
Any other questions? No. I have a question. Are we, and I'll phrase it as a yes or no, are we making any progress in getting those outdoor lights strung?
Yes, the vendor that was non-responsive, we went to the state and told them they were non-responsive and we wanted to go with the second bidder. And then the first bidder came back and had some rationale to the state, and they told us they want us to work with them. So Kim has met them on site a couple times.
Okay, great.
Again, should have been done before Memorial Day.
Well, this is, thank you for that report. It's, I mean, everybody's making great progress, it sounds like. So please extend our thanks to staff for all this great work.
Sure.
Okay, legal
Trustee
update.
Daddy has a question.
I'm sorry, Trustee Daddy.
She doesn't know her background is pink tonight.
It's a
It has to do with this grow light behind me for the bonsai. Just one last clarification. So I really appreciate this one-page list of events here. I just wanted to clarify. I know we had talked about meeting with the county commissioners in June, and I see there's a date on here of June 16th, so right before the comp plan open house. But it's a town hall meeting. Is this the one where we'll be meeting with the county commissioners?
Yes, so what they've decided to do is it's their town hall meeting being held at the fire station because they have more room. They'll deal with public issues first, and then whoever of you are there, they to just talk with you.
Okay. So am I assuming that most of the BOT will be going to this 5:30 meeting and then following up at the comp plan at 7? Is that the plan?
That's what we should plan, yes, if we can.
Got it. It's in the calendar.
And I'll work on, I'm trying to work with the staff liaison on what is the agenda, because it is a little different than what they originally suggested.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, Attorney Dittman, legal update.
I'm gonna be as absolutely as quick as possible here. So first, I know there's been a lot of running in the summer, a lot of different meetings where people want to attend to that aren't official town meetings. I just want a quick reminder on open meetings laws as it pertains to all you as trustees. Anytime there are more than two of you, it could potentially constitute a meeting. So we have to be very careful, even in chance encounters, that, you know, when there's more than two, we don't discuss town business, right? Unless it's been posted and is open to the public. And so if we know in advance there's going to be more than two of you at something, we try and post those, you know, just as a precaution. If you show up somewhere at an event, at a, you know, a cookout, and there's more than two of you by chance, then just make sure we don't discuss any town business, right? Because that constitutes a meeting under the Colorado Open Meetings rules, excuse me, which means it needs to be posted in advance and open to the public. Just as a reminder on that one as we get into the summer season. Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none, I just want to have a very quick update on the Honeywell case. We did receive a good ruling the other day in the federal court cases that are ongoing, where they're consolidating the Tetra Tech and Pull-On cases. So that's a good development. It probably means that those cases are going to be dismissed fairly soon, hopefully, which, you know, helps strengthen our position going forward. So just let you know that that case is proceeding. So you have any more? Oh, Trustee Dottie, you have a question? Go ahead.
Question actually, because I feel like there are more than two of us attending the Colorado Municipal League, and we might be going to dinner together or things like that. So does that have to be a public meeting, or do we just not discuss town business?
So we'll probably post it in advance anyways, but we won't discuss any substantive town business, right? If you want to talk about something, how pretty Bone Park looks, something like that, that's fine, but we can't discuss public policy positions during a meeting at CML.
Artist social event locally, which a lot of us attend these events in town, and we do happen to be more than 2 of us. As long as we're not discussing town business, we can still grab a bite together.
Correct. Yeah, that's fine.
But please just let Dolores know. She'll post it so there's
Right.
no question.
Right. I mean, if you just
Very
happen to run
easy.
into each other at a social event, that's fine. But if you know that you're going to attend the Rotary Club meeting and there's going to be 3 of you there, then please let us know so we can post it.
We just posted on the bulletin board here in town hall. It's okay.
So is the best way when, like, for example, let's take the grand opening of Highway 7. Should I just inform Clerk Vasquez that I plan on going so that she knows how many people are going?
For a big event like that, it probably makes sense, right? That there's a high likelihood of a bunch of us going. A bunch of people are going. Now, if you're going to an Avalanche game, now that we're going to the Stanley Cup, and 3 of you happen to be going, we don't need to, figure that out in advance, right? You don't need to know your entire schedule. Just there's a high likelihood of 3 of you being in a room together.
But chance encounters are likely to happen, and as long as we don't discuss town business, that's okay.
Correct. Yeah, there's a market exception for chance encounters, and so long as no town business is discussed, no public meeting occurs.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, so I do have a situation. I am planning to host Janice Marchman, who is running for state senate, at my house for a meet and greet. And you all will be getting an invitation because I do think that being redistricted 15, we need to learn a little bit more about her. So it is being held at my house. I can see how policies could be brought up, whether they're specific to our community or not. So I guess I should post this, even though I actually have put it public on my Facebook. Does my address necessarily need to be included?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think we've already discussed this with the clerk that we're gonna have to post it. Especially if there's gonna be more than 3 of you, and there's gonna be any sort of town business being discussed, has to be open, and has to be open meeting to the public.
Okay, so I'll be in touch then about that, more details.
Okay.
All right, Administrator Simonson, did you have one more thing?
I had one more issue, and I had it in big letters so I wouldn't forget it, and I did, actually 2. The Lions Community Foundation, who is a nonprofit partner with us on many issues, is needing a little space to store some materials that they have. They're wondering, since we are not planning to use our visitor center this year, if they could store some tubs in there and their popcorn machine, some of the stuff they use at the Sandstone concert every Wednesday night. And I don't have any problem with that at all, as long as they understand we won't accept, there's no liability on our part if it would be broken into. But I do need to just get a nod from the board that that's okay as a nonprofit to help them out until we need it. Are we good with that? Okay, great. And then I do want to address one other issue, and that is the seizure of a business this last week on Main Street by the State Department of Revenue. Cassie's going to be giving you a finance update at your next meeting, so we're going to go into a little more detail about how our sales tax collected, how do we monitor those things. I want to make it clear that the state did this seizure. The town was not involved. It involved federal wages and lack of tax withholdings, as well as sales tax apparently. We have not heard how much or any of that for the town portion, but once the federal wages withholding is violated, it's a whole different level of what they start to audit. So I want to make that clear that this was not instigated by the town, and it's now in a whole nother realm for that business owner to work through. But we'll give you more information about all of that in 2 weeks. We'll go through how Cassie and I try to monitor those now, so you can know what we are doing when we think there is someone is not reporting correctly. Okay. Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, a summary of action items, please, Clerk Vasquez.
Okay, I've got number one, draft a resolution to amend Judge Brown's compensation for the June 20th agenda. We would like to see a risk benefit analysis to rescind zoning for 431 4th Avenue. Request extension for CMAX referral until October of 2022 and request meeting with BOCO. Mayor Pro Tem Farrell would like an update to the names on the BOT goals so she can tie them with the chairs. Administrator Simonson is to fine tune those goals and then work with the mayor to then get them out to the chairs of the boards and commissions. Trustee Delman would like to see a future agenda item on restricting building height and also ask Sergeant Crest for data on hiring additional staff. You'd like to have Code Compliance Officer Zach introduce himself at the next meeting. Safety data for railroad option from Tracy. Get an updated schedule for the 4th Avenue pedestrian bridge for the opening of school from Tracy. Staff is to submit for the Reimagine Destination Grant. And also we are going to allow LCF to store materials at the Visitor Center. Did I miss anything?
Attorney Dittman, is there anything?
I mean, I call the cost benefit analysis a memo to be presented at the next meeting, but other than that, it looks to be the same as I have.
Administrator Simonson? Okay, I would add that when we send our referral response back, we write the letters to the Board of County Commissioners at the same time. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would also just like to request that maybe we could do a follow-up meeting on fire task force and where things are there.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Trustee Dachi. Trustee Edding, there you are. All in favor of adjourning? Okay,
Motion
great.
passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I know this is kind of a late meeting and I really appreciate everybody's time and attention and hard work. So thank you and get some rest.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.